Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to today's stream. It is Thursday, the 2nd of October, where I am coming from you. There's local time, AEST. If you're joining us internationally and you haven't stepped in to Thursday yet, then good evening to you. And let me just say the future is bright. We've already got people doing the roll call. Good morning, das Fräulein. Good morgen from Jungle Potatoes. Aglic is in the house. Hello, fellas. Wings of cheese. Jar Jar Jacket Potato. 4AS. Yo, yo, yo. What's up, what's up? Give up. BB Nakba. Squeeb's in the house too. Gents and ladies. Kiora, Kia-ora? Is that how you phonetically say it? I've been watching some stuff, .co, and like they say it at the start all the time. Mr. Ree in exclamation marks. There it is. Wings of Cheese, how are you? Look at you catching streams these days, not in the service of capital at this point in time. It's good to have you. So let us catch up, Seppos. Us Aussies live in the future. We do live in the future, eh? And that's an absolute guarantee. That is, and the future is bright. Like I like to say, or I usually say, the future is definitely bright. We've got to keep that mentality up as much as we can. Is there anyone in the stream chat that I've missed? I need to say hello to stream chat. Here it is. Avalava, g'day there. Give up your Ponzi schemes. All right, I wonder where we're going with that one. I wonder if that's in reference to anything particular. Maybe in reference to the Oracle. Is that right? Is that what it's... No, Squeeb. You're talking about that. Talking about Oracle there. Oracle says that they will make future money contract from OpenAI, but they don't got the money. Nvidia says that they're getting the money due to all the AI hype. So you're talking about what's in a video about Oracle. It's scarier than BlackRock. We're going to be looking at that. That's the exact video that we're going to be looking at today. So yeah, if you're wondering what we're doing, we're going to be going over updates on the Gaza peace plan today. And then like trying to see where that's at, because I know that I'm overwhelmingly not representative of the people that are in this stream, but like I do think that, you know, if they can get the peace plan off the ground, it's better than nothing. And so like I would like to see if they could stop the bloodshed in Gaza, and if they can do it this way, then so be it. So like I'm actually interested to see if there are actually any updates on that, because like Trump came out yesterday or the other day, I think yesterday, and kind of was like threatening Hamas to join up, or we're gonna, you know, rain hell on you, or we'll see you in hell, or something like that. So you know, he's gotten interested in seeing it executed because he wants that Nobel Peace Prize, and like I just don't know if this is something that's legit or not, or if it's just all psyops. And maybe it is just a psyop, but like let's try and get an update on what's going on with the peace plan. Indoctrination's in the house too. Holy shit. Gale is cooked, boys. FBI cuts ties with Anti-Defamation League, FBI director says. So go check out the stream chat if you're wondering what I'm looking at. And if you're coming to us via TikTok and you're wondering what the hell is going on, well, welcome, one. And two, if you want to actually see the videos that we're looking at as well, my YouTube link is in the bio. So every now and again, I'm going to be like, you're not going to see me speaking. I'm just going to be silent, and it's because we're watching videos, but I can't integrate TikTok with that system yet. So, you know, go over to YouTube if you really want to follow along. But yeah, welcome to our people from everywhere. I'm even trying out Rumble today, but I don't think I've gotten Rumble working properly. So like, we're going deep into the heart of the lion's den, as we have discussed recently, and we're going to convert more people of the working class into our ranks. It's about three companies giving each other $1 billion each. Yeah. We're gonna watch that with the Oracle stuff. Well, future contract money, like the town that's economy is based on everyone washing each other's clothes. Hey, whatever makes capital circulate. That's what capitalism is all about, right? The endless circulation. Let's get ready to rumble. Hey, Jags in the house. How we going? Are they stopping the bloodshed or just postponing it? Look, again, they may just be postponing it, but like for that interim period, if it stops people dying like right now, I understand that it's just delaying stuff. But if I was there with my family and someone was like, tomorrow they're going to stop shooting or they're going to stop killing you, and they might even bring like Arabs in, other Arabs to help peacekeep, I'd be pretty happy with that. Like whether or not they start that up in a couple of years' time, but like if they brought, other Arabs in to help out, even if it's under the guise of the Board of Peace, directed by none other than President Donald J. Trump, the Nobel Peace Prize laureate. Like, okay, I see, I get it, but you know, I'd be taking that as a ticket to try and decide what to do with my family and enjoy the time that we have left, I guess. If you don't accept peace, we'll force you to accept peace. Ah, yes, intolerance of peace will not be tolerated. Oh, what the fuck is Rumble? I don't know. But like supposedly it is like it's a streaming, it's a video upload and streaming platform that is heavily geared, I think, towards the right wing. A lot of big right wing personalities exist on Rumble. So let's get ready to rumble, ladies and gentlemen. The Wings of Trade is depressing because, I mean, like it might be peace, but it'll obviously only benefit Israel. But how can peace be expected after 80 words of G word? I know it. Yeah, I know after all of that. Yeah. Everything is a psyop. Ever been caught out from a sneaky shot? What's that? That's a psyop. Oh, for a sneaky fart, right? That's a psyop from your bowels and a splinter, the deepest of conspiracies. Like if you lose your child, the rage you would feel. Yeah, where were those other Arabs the last 2 years? I know, I get it. I get it. Enjoying their oil and gas money. I understand. Okay, I get it. But like, in the face of American and joint Israeli imperialism, it must be hard. But like, this is a ticket to go in there. And the Indonesians have already said it. The Indonesians said it at the UN. They were just like, hey, we are ready. We've got 20,000 troops. Just tell us when to deploy and we'll be in Gaza. The Indonesians won't let you down, eh? Will they? The Indonesians will not let you down. There it is. Morning, boys. Indoctrination in the house. Sorry I'm late. A lot of shit going on. Far out. The roll call's going off today. Larp Jeff is in the house. How are we? And Voltateur buying up all American entertainment to take control of the Western culture. We will get to all of that sort of stuff. But first, let's get an update, shall we? To end all the crazy speculation that's going on here. Let's just see. And this is coming to you from none other than a great propaganda machine that we could all learn a lot from. We're going to be looking at what Fox News' hot take on this. And it's the piece title, just if you're worried, is terrible decision. Hamas set to reject Trump's peace plan. So it's not even decided yet. And I guess the right-wing narrative on this one is those dirty Hamas agents are foiling Trump's plan to get his Nobel Peace Prize. So let's see what the right-wing slop is on this one, and then we'll go and look at some other forms of slop on this story. I'm going to go to Al Jazeera after this, and then we'll figure out kind of what the system is, I guess. Let's have a look.
All right, President Trump's 20-point peace plan in Gaza now in the hands of Hamas. The terror group's expected to reach a decision in the next couple of days. But a Hamas official tells the BBC that the group will likely reject the offer, claiming the plan only serves Israel's interests.
Hey, so this is it. This is coming in hot via Fox from the BBC. Hey, talking about there's a lot of circular economy kind of stuff going on right now. The BBC have it on good word and authority that Hamas have just said that they are likely to reject the peace plan. Okay, so they are going to say, we are not happy. That's coming to you from the BBC. You know, they still got a couple of hours to make that decision, but it's coming in hot. They're not happy with it. Eh? And it only benefits Israel, which is a lot of the conjecture that has been coming out of the comments in the stream chat. It's just like, there it is. This is a peace plan constructed by BB and Trumpy boy. That's all we need to know. It's just going to suit Israel. And that's exactly what it would seem that the BBC are reporting that Hamas is saying. There you go.
Former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo brokered the Abraham Accords during Trump's first term, and he joins us now. Sir, very good to see you. Thank you for being here. In this moment of what seems to be, unpredictable negotiations, where do you see this going next?
Well, Sandra, great to be with you as well. Look, I've seen the reporting on Hamas's initial decision that says, look, we don't think this serves us well. But the truth is, it doesn't serve the Hamas leadership well. They want to continue to conduct terror campaigns like the one they did on October 7th.
They said,
but we know this.
Like, you got to keep a counter, right? Like every time someone talks about this issue and mentions, I don't know, Hamas or even Gaza or the word genocide, they've got to say it. They got to say October 7th. October 7th.
Serves the people of Gaza incredibly well and the people of Judea and Samaria equally well. This is a good solution. It gets all 100% of the hostages home, those that are alive and those that are not, and provides a model for Israeli security and sovereignty. This is a really good outcome. As for what Hamas will do, I know there's a lot of optimism that the devil's in the details on these things. And not only do they have to say yes, they then have to implement it. They have to live with it. And to think that Hamas will self-disarm seems to me to be...
See, that's always been like caught me out when I've heard people say that. I was like off-putting kind of. It's just like, is it detail or detail? Like who says detail? Honestly, like let me know in the chat. But like I say detail. But like when people are like, oh yeah, the detail. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Where'd you get this vocabulary from? Or this pronunciation? I've never heard that before. The devil's in the detail, if you're wondering.
A bit of a stretch. I hope that I'm wrong. I hope that they will see that this is a terrible decision to reject this. But to see these terrorists turn over their weapons and hand over these hostages would be a truly remarkable diplomatic achievement, and I pray that it's so.
Yeah, I mean, as far as the hostages held by those Hamas terrorists, we know 725 days and counting, 48 hostages.
LOL, I thought it was a posh pommy thing. Yeah, well, it seems to be like, I don't know, then a bourgeois thing, like these upper class private school kids, hey, that like, rub shoulders with the finest people or the top like classes in society. Yeah, detail. Right? It makes me jump a little bit when I say it.
20 believed to be alive. Mr. Secretary, the White House just a few moments ago held a press briefing. At it, Caroline Leavitt said sensitive discussions are taking place on the Gaza plan. And that's about where she left that in that moment. We'll have more from that briefing in just a moment. But first, this is President Trump yesterday at the White House speaking about Hamas. Listen.
Is there room to negotiate with Hamas, or is this a take it or leave it deal?
With Hamas, we want very simple. We want the hostages back immediately, and we want some good behavior. And it's pretty simple. You don't get simpler. Think of it. We've signed.
This is the leader of the peace board. Are you listening to that? We want the hostages back, and we want some good behavior. Like it's not a big ask from president of the peace board. It's actually pretty simple stuff. I don't know why people can't just accept this. We want good behavior. Hamas is going to have to seek a good behavior bond. We'll see what their attitude is like over the next 12 months. Then we'll decide what to do.
Every country in the Middle East. This is like an impossible thing. It's never been done before.
Really trying to, paint the magnitude that we are looking at and talking about here.
No, if this deal gets done and implemented, it's a massively good outcome. By the way, the Israelis are giving up a lot as well. They're going to withdraw from Gaza, where they have been continuing to push and are, even as we sit here and speak, continuing to push. They're also going to release a bunch of Palestinian prisoners, people who've committed terror acts against Israelis. That's a hard pill for the Israelis to swallow. So there's compromise everywhere. The good news is the Gulf Arab states, all of them, including Qatar, have now said, yep, we think this makes sense. It may be imperfect from each of their perspectives, but each of them says this is a good outcome.
All right,
And if
let's
this
check
happens,
that. Hey, let's fact check that one. Let's see if Qatar does think that this is a good idea. I want some good behavior from Chumpy Boy then as well. Just have some good behavior or we'll bomb you into the Stone Age. You have one choice. Having one option isn't a choice, LOL. Look, it's not the first time that, the US would have bombed someone into the Stone Age because they don't agree with their political inclinations. Let's just say it like that. Hey, they've been doing this for a long time, both sides of the aisle. It is part of the imperialist nature that comes with being top dog and having a hardcore military industrial complex. Terror acts. What? Throwing rocks? Yeah, I know. That's so funny. And pretty much throwing rocks. That's it. The irony of saying Putin is evil for attacking Ukraine, yet Bibi can attack every single neighbor. And it's the right to self-defense. Dilemma's spitting truth bombs. Are you coming up with this stuff? Dilemma's in the house. I don't know if I said hi to you before. Welcome. How are you? Stop sending troops against your own citizens. No more indiscriminate bombing of Iran. Stop blowing up Venezuelan boats planning to overthrow their government. Shut down your concentration camps. Should I continue? No, that's fine. You've done well. I would add one thing to that. Banning everyone who is potentially a political opponent of yours by threatening to send the DOJ and the FBI after them in some form of ideological witch hunt through things like PM. Is that what it is? What was it? It's Security Directive SD PM-7. I think it is. That one's pretty scary, I must add. Because everything else is a target, like a fixed kind of thing. But like the ideological differences there, the purging of society, of your political opposition. NSPM. NS, National Security Presidential Memorandum number 7. Well, Trump isn't too happy with Mr. Putin at the moment, as he won't give him a deal. Israel may give him a deal. Therefore, peace prize. There it is. Ooh, CC. There we go. Wings of cheese. Getting the award today for first CC comment that has to make it all the way into the Discord world. Trump, we'd like good behavior from Hamas. You need to do necromancy on the hostages Israel shot dead or killed with missiles. If you do that, we might be willing to make a deal. Otherwise, we'll blow you to high heaven. Yeah, bring in the necromancy. Bring him back. Or you're going to be fired. What the fuck is the boat security camera footage? Juggle potatoes. I missed having you in streams. Where have you been for the last few days? We are watching the flotilla. The flotilla. It's moving its way ever so closely to Gaza. It's in the sights now, I think, of the Israelis. It's close enough to the coastline of their security zone because it's a war that they're waging against the people in Gaza, and so they're in a hot situation right now. It's hot. You've been serving capital? Okay, well, that's what we're looking at, if you're wondering. We were looking at this yesterday. Now, the stuff that I was getting, the feedback that I was getting from the chat yesterday was like they were 15 hours away yesterday when we started watching this, and they're still not there yet. So, like, something's going on. And they keep on disappearing and they go offline. There was more cameras yesterday, but apparently they're going offline because they have been intercepted. Some of them have actually been intercepted and taken captive already by Israel. And others have just like had interference in terms of like jamming or cyber attacks and stuff. So we're losing the footage, but we're watching live in solidarity. I've checked. We're watching live in solidarity, and because this is history in the making, no flotilla has made it past this critical point. Thanks for telling us about the boats. I thought it was a placeholder for a Minecraft obstacle run video. No. This is history in the making. All right, Squeeb. All right, this is not a Minecraft thing. Stop it. We're watching history in the making. I've checked it with my sources. That's what we're up to. All right. Now, that's it. Now, let's just see quickly, because I just want to start doing this because we got to support our friends across the ditch. And this is stuff.co. So if you're not aware and you want some like of the best New Zealand journalism
for Hamas
that you can get ever, then you got to get your ass to stuff.co. And so the New Zealanders are going to give us their take on like what's going to happen with what like Trump is up to with the peace deal. And then we're going to go and like watch the Qatari, I don't know, he's like the king or something like that, talk about the peace plan and what he hopes to achieve from their part as mediators in the investigation. So I'm pretty sure she says the thing they all say at the start. She's going to say kia ora. I'm going to work on my way of saying hello in Maori. All right, let's go.
President Trump
No,
has
she doesn't
issued a
say
fresh
it. Oh, man. I was hoping that she would say it. I need to brush up on my Maori skills. All right,
President Trump has issued a fresh deadline for Hamas to accept his new peace plan for Gaza. He said it has 3 or 4 days to respond and warned it would pay in hell if the deal is rejected.
There you go. Pay
Hamas
in
says
hell.
it is reviewing
Sorry.
the plan, but officials have indicated
So it's not hell to pay. They're going to pay in hell. So they're all going to die, go to hell, and that's where they will pay for not signing up to a peace deal. Sounds like your typical peace rhetoric, right? Very peaceful language coming out of the board of director of peace there. If you don't accept my peace terms, you will pay in hell.
there is little hope they'll sign. Senior correspondent Lisette Raymer reports.
Could this be the final storm before the calm?
Look at that, man. It looks like a fucking tip. Look at that. Like, there's nothing standing there. There's nothing standing there in that image. Fuck me, Dad.
Leaflets dropped over northern Gaza warning residents to run for their lives. For now, it's war as usual on the Strip. Hamas is weighing its options: accept peace or fight to the end. But the choice won't be theirs to make for long.
We're going to do about 3 or 4 days. We'll see how it is.
Hamas has not given an official response, but a senior figure told the BBC the group is unlikely to accept the plan, unwilling to hand over their weapons and effectively agree to their own demise. The group's military commander in Gaza is believed to be determined to keep fighting, and Hamas leaders outside of the Strip have found themselves sidelined in discussions as they don't have direct control over the hostages.
All of the Arab countries are signed up. The Muslim countries are all signed up. Israel's all signed up. We're just waiting for Hamas, and Hamas is either going to be doing it or not, and if it's not, it's going to be a very sad end.
In Gaza, they wait for their fate to be decided. It's a suitable plan, at least, to stop the bloodshed, this man says. There are many issues, but at this stage, the Palestinians have no other choice.
That's what you said, 4AS. That's exactly what you said. Do you really have a choice if your only option is one? Like, that's it. Is there really a choice? Is there really a choice at all? Poor bastard.
Israel, hope is just as low.
There has been efforts the whole time during this whole war, and change hasn't really happened, so I think it's all up in the air.
Netanyahu has given his full support to Trump in English,
I support your plan to end the war in Gaza.
but speaking directly to those in Israel, he was emphatic on never accepting a Palestinian state.
Absolutely not. It is not written in the agreement either. But we said we would resist a Palestinian state with force.
Even so, the proposal is gaining momentum, endorsed by a long line of world leaders. But the 20-point plan will be pointless without Hamas approving it too.
Hey, gotta give it to the New Zealanders. They love doing that sort of stuff. I love it. Hey, it's pointless. It's going to be pointless. Remember that. They think soft, lukewarm criticism of right-wing actions as far-left globalist propaganda. What's that in relation to? What's going on here? Oh, for everyone over here, flotilla updates 10 intercepted so far, still 30 plus boats sailing towards Gaza. The lead boats are about 50 nautical miles from the shore. Thank you very much, and Dr. Nathan. In our right circles, our media is apparently owned by the far left. Interesting. All right. Oh my God, Durka, Muhammad Jihad, Durka. Did you get that through the censor? Nah, you didn't. Nah, you can't say shit like that, can you, Dilemmas? YouTube won't show you that. Won't show us that. All right, let's have a look at what the Qataris think about this. Let's have a listen. Get some different views on this. Who is it? Ah, Qatari Prime Minister. Here we go. Let's have a look at what the Qatari Prime Minister has to say about the several points in Trump's plan need clarification, negotiations, Qatar's PM. There it is. You've heard it here, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let's have a look.
Well, Al Jazeera sat down with the Prime Minister of Qatar, Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdurrahman Al Thani, and he spoke about Doha's key role as a mediator between Israel and Hamas. Thani, and well, Al Jazeera sat down with the Prime Minister of Qatar, Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdurrahman Al Thani, and he spoke about Doha's key role as a mediator between Israel and Hamas and the announcement of President Donald Trump's Gaza ceasefire deal.
Welcome, Mr. Prime Minister. You announced the handling plan over to the Palestinian side, the Hamas movement. How do you assess its provisions?
First, I want to clarify, Mr. Jalal, that our main focus in the state of Qatar is how to end the suffering of the people in Gaza. First, continuation of the war, continuation of the famine, continuation of the killings, continuation of displacement. These are the main provisions we were focusing on last week. When we were in New York last week, there was work with the American side after the leaders' meeting with President Trump, in which President Trump spoke about the plan. Of course, there was joint work between us to give observations about it. We began with observations as the Arab and Islamic side, and some of the observations were taken into account. In general, if we speak of the main objectives, there are objectives that it achieves, which are ending the war, and there are things that need clarification, that certainly need discussion and negotiation. But today, we see what alternatives exist. The main focus is how we protect the people in Gaza. That is our main focus. In the end, we are a mediator. When we started the plan last week following President Trump's announcement, we delivered it to Hamas, the negotiating delegation, and the discussions with them were in generalities. We hope that everyone will look at the matter constructively, and we try to make use of the momentum now to end the war in Gaza. I believe that should be the primary priority.
So, like, this is what's coming from the Qataris, okay? Qatar, yeah, very humanitarian, the highest male to female ratio due to slavery. Okay, fine. They are not squeaky clean. Got it. But like, if they are mediating this situation, and from my understanding of how things go in these types of very complicated situations with the Arabs, is that a lot of them don't trust each other very well when it comes to diplomacy. And the special thing I think about Qatar is that it's able to act as a liaison kind of thing for people like Iran, people like Hamas, who don't have as good as a reputation with the other Arab nations that take all of, like, you know, the oil and stuff, like oil money off the rest of the world. And so Qatar comes in to help negotiate and like can encourage Hamas to do stuff, or like put the pressure, turn the screws a little bit on them. And he's saying, like, look, if we can stop the war, that's a good thing. That seems like, again, a legitimate objective to me, taking away all the ideological stuff, all the like the idealism of it, which would like this would be an ideal situation for this to happen, and this would be ideal for that to happen. Like the material value of this potential, this deal potentially is they actually stop the fighting or they stop the war. If that's what he's saying here, is that was the objectives of the peace deal, which we just saw. Bibi's like, no, that we're not recognizing a Palestinian state. Never happening, but like if they stop the fighting, like is that something, like is that an adequate objective? Like I'm just trying to understand where people sit on this issue, like honestly sit on this issue, because it seems to be very divisive about whether or not there's any substance to doing something like this. Is that the picture of where they're at the moment? What's the scale of that, though? So just to give you updates on the flotilla, this is where they're at. Yeah, right. Getting in hot. They're coming in hot. Oh, it's so hot. Well, look, again, the Qataris seem to think that the objective of stopping the war or stopping the fighting, stopping the famine, I think that is huge as well. Like if we can get actual supplies in, like don't get me wrong, the flotilla is great. I'm all for the flotilla coming on. But like the flotilla, as much as I understand the flotilla, it is actually about optics. Like they don't have enough supplies on there to actually put a dent in like feeding all the people that are starving in Gaza. But like if they can get through and they can show the world that like they're able to get aid through and it's just a bunch of basically civilians doing it, then like there's no excuse for all the states around the world to not pull their finger out and start helping the Gazans. But like if they can get aid to Gaza through this deal and not through the Gazan humanitarian foundation or something, which is just a cohort of the most despicable people they can find in the US and Israel, that just trap the Gazans and kill them as opposed to giving them aid. If they can actually get other people in, like the UN, to like actually give them real aid, again, like another bonus. I know it's just short-term stuff here, but like the guy, the Palestinian dude said, like, what other choice do they have? Like they gotta end the bloodshed. That's just the picture. I can link you the tracker website. Yes, I've been given the link to the tracker website. What is a tortilla? Is it an aid ship? That's only if you believe that continued colonialization and subjugation will not lead to further fighting. Yeah, of course it will. Like they're not going to give up. But imagine if they let other people in, like peacekeepers and stuff like that. Like that'll make it much harder for Israel just to turn around and start fighting these people again, right? And Bibi said they won't pull troops from Gaza. Oh, that's in the plan, is it? I thought they were talking about taking them back to certain points that they had previous to October 7. I thought that was one of the points. No, it's about opening a humanitarian corridor. This isn't the only flotilla on the way. This is a 40 sailboats and other smaller vessels. There's another one with 10 large ships on its way around Greece at the moment. Trump suddenly does an announcement to deport Mexicans to Gaza because they have a lot of tortillas there. There's also another massive one growing that's been coming from South Asia, started by Malaysia. It's already over 100 vessels. That's mental. How the Israelis going to stop that one? When we see no stopping to what's happening in the West Bank, our country's leaders should at least be demanding more action to be taken there. At least, I know, and that's the thing. When we were trying to figure out why the hell, the Australians, the Canadians, the British, like, what's the actual point of recognizing the Palestinian statehood now, apart from just the optics of it? Be like, oh, well, we tried to recognize it, but then they wiped the Palestinians out anyway. They just want to be on the right side of history, and it just looks good. One of the things that came up as a potential benefit of recognizing the statehood is if you do recognize someone's statehood, you can legitimately, as another state, send them aid and you can send them assistance. So if they're recognizing it, they should, you're right, at least be taking some action on the back of that and sending assistance to another nation, like another recognized state. He can announce all the investment in Camp City. If they go any further, that what they are doing now, they will start a massive war. If they go any further than what they're doing now, they will start a massive war. Who? Check out General tab. Europe has turned. Dun, dun, dun. The scale is a bit hard, and there is no way to easily measure it. Yeah, I was wondering about the scale. But, like, whatever. They look pretty close, right? They're getting in there. What's this? Spain. Oh, these are people, like, protesting about the flotilla and stuff. Let's have a look. Milano activists protest Israel's attack on the global Samand flotilla. Wow. There you go. Fair enough. And it's good pressure, right, on your own state. But, like, what's really interesting as well? And, like, here's one for the fucking culture warriors out there. How do you reconcile the fact that Italy sent one of its naval vessels to protect the flotilla and knowing that they have a right-wing government? Like, how does that one square? Anyone want some easy cash? Israel is paying influencers $7,000 per post. No way. Hey, that's how we start this movement going. Imagine all the fucking subs we could buy with 7,000 of Netanyahu's dollars. Let's check this one out. No fucking way. See, this is why Charlie Kirk went down. Because he wasn't playing ball with Netanyahu's influencer lobby. Israel is paying influencers $7,000 per post. Netanyahu referred this week to a community pushing out preferred messaging in US media. And boy, are they making a princely sum. In the meeting dedicated to harnessing pro-Israel media energy on Friday, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu alluded to a cohort of Israel's influencers. We have to fight back. How do we fight back? Our influencers. And social media, oh my god, do it. Take the Israel money. I don't know if he'd offer it to us, to be honest. I wonder if he'd allow us to refer to Israel as is not real. Being paid by Israel to post on social media is also very lucrative. According to previously unreported recent documents, these influencers are likely being paid around $7,000 per post on social media, such as TikTok and Instagram, on behalf of Israel. What the fuck? That's crazy. Bridge Partners, a firm working for the Israel Ministry of Foreign Affairs, sent a series of invoices for its influencer campaign to Havas Media Group Germany, an international media group working for Israel. The invoices detailed a sum of $900,000 starting in June and slated to end in November for a cohort of 14 to 18 influencers to create content. Damn, $900,000. That's crazy. Oh, man. The document, which is filed under the Foreign Agents Registration Act, notes that the funding is for both payments for influencers and production, but does not provide a breakdown between the two. When taking into account the administrative production costs through September 16, legal fees, banking fees, marketing fees, and other project services noted in a separate document, that leaves an estimated sum of $552,946 for the influencers between June and September of this year. $500,000. That's crazy. Really? Why the... Wow. It's crazy. Hey. Yeah, Mystery will get a segment on Sky After Dark. Yeah, Ninja Nurse in the house. Hey, God. Well, welcome. It costs good money to control the height of the flames. Wow. Mystery gets his first sponsor. You're hitting his demographic. Stay true to the movement, brother. Don't accept dirty money. Hey, it's not dirty money. That money comes directly from the American taxpayer. And the American taxpayer is legit source of money, I believe. We'll find out. I wonder if Ethan Klein and H3 is on that list. 100%. 100% Ethan Klein would be. Don't you reckon? Collab with Peter Credlin. I think I would rather take money from Israel.
What is the scope of these discussions or the study of these provisions? Because today, President Trump said he's waiting for Hamas to accept what he called the peace plan.
All that has been presented yesterday was a set of principles. And certainly, these principles require discussion about the details and how to work through them. As for the margin, we do not know yet, because so far we do not know Hamas's response. It also asks, I believe, according to what was mentioned in the plan's provisions, that Hamas and the other factions must be in agreement. We will not come up with an ideal language if we focus only on the political form of the plan. But we strive for a solution that spares blood, preserves the dignity of the Palestinians, and prevents their displacement. That is our main matter and our main focus. We, along with our brothers in the Arab Republic of Egypt, yesterday in our meeting with the movement, made clear our point of view to them. And to be honest, they dealt with us responsibly and said they would study the plan. Today, we have follow-up meetings with them that will reveal the contours of the matter. What I want to say is, in the end, the Arab and the Islamic countries, when they worked with the American side, we put all our efforts into preserving the rights of the Palestinian people to remain on their land and achieve the two-state solution. And we put these matters on the table in line with international legitimacy decisions.
Well, there you go. This is from Qatar. All right. They worked hard when they were meeting with Trump after his various and numerous UN-related meetings. They worked to try and get as much of what they could in terms of Palestinian sovereignty worked into the plan, as much as they could for their fellow Arabian brethren. They tried their hardest and their earnest. So whether or not that actually comes out in the actual peace deal itself is another matter. The devil is in the detail, as they say. But they seem to have tried to have negotiated for a two-state solution. Obviously, Bibi didn't get the memo on that one.
Of course, we did not expect them to accept everything, but some were taken into account. I believe we must build on this path and work to make this path effective and successful.
So, obviously, we didn't expect them to take everything. So, like, when you do, look, this is a fair point, okay? When you negotiate, you do actually have to compromise on certain things. Like, we have got a ravenous dog of a state, is not Rail, who are willing just to literally, they're doing genocide right now. And so, like, can you get something that's a little bit better than genocide? Hey? Can you do it? Just validate genocide, easy peas. Yeah. Sure, and the Democrats are trying to stop Trump's authoritarian takeover. You know what? It is funny, isn't it? Like, it does seem like with all the Trump news that we're getting at the moment about literally him staging a like, it's pretty much like a Hitler-esque authoritarian takeover and plan for control of the entirety of the American culture. Like, the Democrats are doing fuck all in the face of that. It's actually a really interesting point. Why aren't they, like, yes, you see them speaking at rallies and demanding stuff and taking some things through the courts, but like, it's, you know, in the face of such extremity, you would think they'd be, you know, struggling a little bit harder, right? They don't want a deal. It's China's agreed to it all. It's still, they still wouldn't sign. They would add more to stop it. Agreeing to peace, but empty your land type deal. Now, well, demilitarize your land is the rhetoric, I guess, at the moment. We'll see.
What are the challenges to this?
Of course, there are challenges. There will certainly be practical challenges and implementation challenges. But we must also look at the opportunities. There are challenges and there are opportunities. The opportunity, as unified position, everyone agreed on stopping the war, preventing displacement and full withdrawal of the Israeli army. These are the three main and pivotal matters.
And yeah, so that's what, like, he's pushing this one. It's not like the Democrats actually stand for anything. Yeah, I guess. And they're just like the light side of the Republican Party. It's genocide. No, it doesn't fit the definition. Well, it's ethnic cleansing then. No, that's not the subject. Well, it's wrong. October 7th. That's the line of argumentation. So, like, he's saying that they do want, as part of, I guess, their inputs in the negotiations, they wanted the full withdrawal of Israel. Let's check if that is actually part of the negotiation or the peace deal. Because, like, we looked at this, but I actually can't remember if that is the case or not. I think we already had a conversation about this, right? Yeah, here it is. It's so hot. With regards to the 20-point peace plan, we are listening to the Qatari Prime Minister say that one of their objectives from the peace plan was to have Israeli forces fully withdraw from Palestinian territory. Can you clarify whether or not that is actually in the peace plan? The plan states that Israeli forces will withdraw to the agreed upon line to prepare for a hostage release. It further says the battle lines will remain frozen, no more further movement until the conditions are met for complete stage withdrawal. Staged withdrawal rather than immediate pullout, immediate full pullout. Yeah. One of the points is that Israel will not annex Gaza. So the plan does not include withdrawal, but with conditions, stages, and suspensions of military operations in the interim period. It is not an unconditional, immediate, full withdrawal of Israeli forces from all Palestinian territory in one go, according to the text as released. So there's stages of withdrawal, but they will not annex Gaza. I wonder how Bibi got around that. How did he get around that one? I know they want to annex Gaza. That's the fucking point. It sounds like they just got played, or they're just trying to save face. This is a historic visit. Instead of Hamas isolating us, what's this? Oh, this is straight from BB, right? Historic visit. Instead of Hamas isolating us, we're we turned the tables and isolated Hamas. Now the entire world, including the Arab and Muslim world, is pressuring Hamas to accept these terms we set together with President Trump to release our hostages, both living and deceased, while the IDF remains in most of the Strip. Who would have believed this? After all, people constantly say the IDF should withdraw. No way, that's not happening. Straight from BB. There you go. 13 boats now. If uninterrupted, the remaining 30 will be on shore within roughly 5 hours. In Gaza waters in about 2 to 3 hours. Crazy. Nah, it's withdrawal to the trenches as they currently stand. Yeah, that's what it sounds like, to the agreed lines. That's not a withdrawal. That's a promise not to advance. Yeah, that's how it was worded here. Yeah. Interesting. When you say 13 boats now, what is 13 boats now that have been intercepted? Yeah, it suits Israel. There you go.
The direct responsible party for managing Gaza are the Palestinian people themselves. These are the main features or main pillars for anything we address. The political track and the political horizon are an important matter, of course, for the Palestinian people, whether in the Gaza Strip or in the West Bank. As countries, we exert all our efforts to put something that at least achieves and guarantees this right for the Palestinian people.
How did you understand Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's haste in approving the president's plan? In your view, does this represent an official Israeli adoption of the plan?
والله شوف أخ جلال يعني الأمانة إحنا عندنا خبرة يعني.
Look, Brother Jalal, from our experience over the past 2 years regarding the approval, sometimes we hear one thing in the media, and at the same time, we hear other contradicting statements. The American side informed us that the Israelis agree with what was presented exactly as it was. But for us, the issue is how to deal with the situation in a way that the decision taken by our Palestinian brothers takes into account the existing realities.
بهذه الاعتبارات اللي موجودة والمتغيرات اللي موجودة اليوم.
Do the provisions of the plan correspond with what you said, Mr. Prime Minister? That is, ending the war and ending the suffering of the Palestinian people?
That's a heavy question.
The issue of ending the war is indeed clearly present in the plan. As for the matter of withdrawal, it requires further work. I believe it must be discussed in detail, and this is primarily the duty of the Palestinian side with the Israeli side. But also, as a broader supporting international community, there must be a clear and legal framework for this matter, which, of course, will be at the UN Security Council. Reconstruction is mentioned in the plan. Palestinian administration is also mentioned, but it too requires clarification, which will be discussed with the American side. This issue is not for the Israeli side. We are trying to make this path one that achieves these objectives and preserves the rights of the Palestinian people.
President...
Well, no, he said there's no clarification on the withdrawal. Doesn't work, or it's not really what we wanted, I guess. Won't annex Gaza, but full steam ahead for Gaza Largo development. Yeah, I know, right? Could you imagine if Al Jazeera, NKH, or DW had access to free-to-air TV in Australia? I wonder how that would change the discourse. Yeah, I know, right? But, like, who watches free-to-air television in Australia anymore? Right? Like, who? I don't know. Like, maybe kids watching ABC Kids? Maybe some people use it to watch sports still. I don't know, man. But yeah, wouldn't it be crazy? SBS? If that was... I wonder if SBS could get in some Al Jazeera and some DW or something. Interesting. Geriatrics with money. You know what? I was trying to avoid saying that. My dad and old people. My God. Fair enough. Yeah, well, look. It would seem that the devil is in the detail, and the detail hasn't been really figured out there. because that's not exactly what I guess the Arabs or the representatives of the Arab nations want. Dilemmas. My wife, for those goofy cooking or married at first sight shows. Actually, that's a good point. Everybody likes a bit of drama. Cheese Swiss is in the house. The Hamas surrender timeline by Trump and his board of peace is in line with the seizing of the flotilla boats. That's interesting. Right, like the days. Yeah, right. Gives them just enough time to sweep up the mess before anybody else gets there. Okay.
Trump was keen to highlight the role of Arab and Islamic countries, especially those who participated in the New York meeting, in actively shaping this plan. Will they also have a role in implementing the plan if Hamas accepts it?
Yes, of course. If the Palestinian people accept this plan, then the Arab and Islamic countries will indeed have an active role. Everyone welcomes this and is willing to participate in support of the Palestinian people. Beyond that, for now, there is no issue of distributing roles among states or others. The main matter requiring international participation is international technical support and financial support for reconstruction. And certainly, all countries will be ready if there is an agreement.
Support? As if, like Qatar, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, as if they don't have enough money to pump into Gaza to turn that into Gaza Lago. Like, they would easily be able to do that. And then it'd be owned by them and not by, like, foreign Western interests or something like that. They could easily fund this with all of their oil money.
That achieves peace for the Gaza Strip.
As a mediator, what is your vision now for the negotiation track, starting from President Trump's plan and its provisions?
والله شوف يعني مثل ما قلت لك ترى
Well, as I said, there are no perfect proposals. Today, we are in a situation of reproach, unfortunately, especially in light of the Israeli attack on Qatar and our disconnection from the negotiations, as well as the movement's leadership being cut off from negotiations during the previous stage. We hope, as I mentioned, and from what we heard from the group during negotiations, that they will approach the matter responsibly. Today, God willing, our discussions will continue, and we also have colleagues from Turkey joining us, the head of the Turkish intelligence with the head of the Egyptian intelligence. God willing, they will join our meetings today, and we will see the initial impressions. We will, God willing, work with our Palestinian brothers to reach the best possible solutions.
الأخوة الفلسطينيين للوصول لأفضل الحلول يعني.
So the negotiation track begins today?
Yes.
بوجود تركيا.
With Turkey?
Yes.
كيف فهمتم حرص الرئيس دونالد ترامب؟
How did you perceive President Trump's keenness that Netanyahu apologized to Qatar before discussing and announcing the Trump-US plan?
عن خطة الرئيس ترامب الأمريكية. طبعا شوف أخ جلال أول شيء
Brother Jalal, first of all, we are a country that was attacked. We are a mediator state, of course, but with all the gravity of this aggression and the violation of Qatar's sovereignty, it was our duty, first of all, to protect our national security and ensure that such an action would never be repeated, and to obtain sufficient guarantees to preserve the sovereignty of the state of Qatar. This was the important step. We did not attack, we did not launch any missile toward Israel. An apology is not a favor. It is the most basic of rights. What we are focusing on the most is the commitment not to commit aggression again.
I wonder if he actually did it. Has anyone heard that? Did Bibi actually apologize to them? Did Israel or Netanyahu apologize formally to Qatar for bombing Doha recently? Yes. According to recent reliable reporting, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu did formally apologize to Qatar over the September 9 strike on Doha. Really? God, I want to see that. I want to see that with my own eyes. Apologize. Oh my God, it's there. Apologize. Yeah. Apologize.
A Qatari diplomatic source month is in.
Show us the footage, bro.
And
this
out, get the
what?
full picture. So
off. Oh, what?
We're beginning some breaking news coming in from Washington. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has apologized to Qatari Prime Minister for strikes during a phone call.
Oh, during a phone call. Oh, okay.
We had a phone call today, just to make it clear. I said to the Prime Minister of Qatar, Israel was targeting terrorists, wasn't targeting Qatar. And of course, we regretted the loss of the Qatari citizen. It wasn't our target. And I very much appreciate President Trump's proposal.
He didn't even say sorry. What a douchebag. It's so ballsy, man. I can't believe that. Stream chat. Bibi apologized and Trump signed an EO to protect against future attacks. Really? How does the EO apply to Israel, though? You need to see this photo. Stream chat, I dropped it in there. Which one did you, what are you talking about? Is this an Instagram thing that you're talking about? Getting closer. 46 nautical miles equals 85 kilometers. That's not bad. An hour. They could do that in a few hours. This has South Park BP. Yeah, we're sorry. We're sorry vibes. Yeah, I know, right? It is not there. It's a GIF. Wait, what? In the stream chat? I was going to see one GIF in the stream chat. It feels more and more relevant by the day. And I, for one, welcome our new insect overlords. Is it not there? It's a GIF. No, I can't see the GIF. Australian citizen taken hostage by Israel. I can only see like Instagram posts and stuff at the moment. Is this the general chat or the stream chat? Oh, here it is. Netanyahu's apology to Qatar. Phone on Trump's lap. Yeah. Oh, yeah, there they are. He's talking to them on the phone. That's lame. Lame. All right, fair enough. That's the GIF of it. Okay, got it. Sorry. That's good old BB on the phone. Apologize, motherfucker. Apologize. Hey. So maybe he does have some sway over BB. I want my Nobel Peace Prize. Apologize, motherfucker. Apologize. Jesse Jackson style. All right. I don't know if we're going to get anything else from the Qataris on this one. It seems like the Arabs aren't too hot on this. There's one other thing that... Where did you put that? I think it was Avalava put this in Discord. Let's check it out. So this is coming from a Palestinian group. The PIG leader rejects Trump's plan and warns it will ignite the region. Hardcore. The Secretary General of the Islamic Jihad movement in Palestine, Ziad Nakhaleh, said that the announcement made during the joint press conference between U.S. President Donald Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was an American-Israel agreement that fully reflects Israel's position and a recipe for continued aggression against the Palestinian people. Nakhaleh added that Israel is trying, through the United States, to impose what it could not achieve by war, stressing that the American-Israeli announcement is a recipe for igniting the region. The US President Donald Trump said on Monday that the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had agreed to the peace proposal and to ending the war in Gaza, which he described as the beginning of the end of the conflict in the Strip. During the joint press conference at the White House, Trump said, "This is a very important day, potentially one of the greatest days in the histories of civilization." We're talking about an eternal peace in the Middle East, not just ending the war in Gaza. Trump also thanked the Arab and Islamic leaders, as well as the European allies, for responding positively. Yeah, but like, I want to know why. Like, why the language is? It sounds just very rhetorical, doesn't it? It reflects Israel's position and a recipe for continued aggression. If you let peacekeepers in, who are mostly Arabs and Israelis and stuff like that, would it be a recipe for continued aggression? Won't they stand up for their Muslim brothers and sisters and stop that? I get it. We got the quote from BB. No, I got it. Sorry, I just realized it was in the general. Sorry. Yeah, we got this quote from BB, which Jag has so graciously provided. This is a historic visit. Instead of Hamas isolating us, we're turning the tables on isolated Hamas. Now, the entire world, including the Arab and Muslim world, is pressuring Hamas to accept the terms we set together with President Trump to release our hostages, both living and deceased, while the IDF remains in most of the Strip. So, like, that's the violent part. Like, it's a recipe for continued aggression if they don't get out of the Strip. Now, the Qatari Prime Minister was like, they need to withdraw, and those were our terms. Who would have believed this? After all, and that's such a BB line, right? He's like, who would have believed this? After all, people constantly say the IDF should withdraw. No way, that's not happening. A lot of devil in the detail there that needs to be. Who said that? He's reading off a script. Jane Goodall just died. Man, you in the breaking news. My God. Rules of peacekeeps is they have to be a third party, neutral, and Arabs don't want the US in there. US doesn't either. But like, that's the thing though. The peacekeeping mission is going to be led by the US apparently, not by the UN, as far as we can tell. It's definitely not a UN peacekeeping mission. It's definitely an Arab thing. It would seem like it's an Arab. Sorry. It's a US thing. It's definitely not a UN thing. 91 and a hell of a story. Yes. To you, Jane Goodall. To you. All right, well, let's change gears. That's enough on this story, as important it is. And as full of conjecture and speculation as this topic is, let us shift gears to other matters of world importance, shall we? Oh, this is the Oracle one. Yes. All right. So, like, do you all know about Oracle? So there is this company that has become more and more. This is the one that you put in the chat, I think, as well, Squeeb. You were referencing this one before. So, like, our algorithms are converging as well, Squeeb. We're getting the same shit now. Now, Oracle is a company that seems to be a tech bro kind of company. They seem to set up a lot of digital infrastructure, as opposed to kind of, being like a social media giant or something like that. They set up the digital highways that allow the tech bros and the techno-feudalists to control the world. Yes, but no, treat me like an idiot. Oh, okay, right. You do know about Oracle, but you want to be treated like an idiot. Yeah, and Larry Ellison is like the guy. He's the billionaire behind this company. And like I had no idea about this dude until we saw Project Stargate was announced when Trump first came into power, and he had Larry Ellison up there speaking about the hundreds of billions of dollars of investment that was going to be poured into the US and the US AI arms race from all of these big companies and potentially foreign investors too. No, it's old world legacy IT. Yeah, him. Yeah, he's old school apparently when it comes to this. No way a tech bro. You hear of Elon and his company, you don't hear about Larry. Quiet wealth. But that, like, regardless of whether he's popular or not, he's still a tech bro if he is in this sector of the bourgeoisie, in my definition of all this sort of stuff. Oh, thinking of which, have you seen Daniel Ek has quit his job as CEO of Spotify, spend more time with his AI military investments? What a slimy prick he is, eh? Yeah, the the Spotify machine can do its own thing. I'm into AI warfare now. But yeah, so they're more into, like, I guess you would say, the infrastructure side behind the techno feudalists, empires that rule the world. Didn't Larry become the second richest bloke in the world recently? Yeah, apparently he pipped Elon Musk for a few days. The industry doesn't make you a tech bro. Oh, well, what makes you a tech bro then? I think we have very different definitions of tech bros. Tech bros for me are billionaires. Usually billionaires. Yeah, they're billionaires who are in, like, Silicon Valley. They're in the tech sector. They're helping birth. Tech bro is more of pumping investment hype, growth at all costs. Wait, maybe he is. No, but like, I mean, like, they're people that are in that industry. I think it is an industry thing, because they control the digital highways, the landscape that everybody exists on now, the means of production, the digital means of production that the entire world needs to survive now. Even, like, the financial sector, it would be nothing without people like Larry Ellison. Tech bros are data goblins. Yeah. But, like, how does data move around the world? It's thanks to people like that, I would say. And his cloud capital, as Yanis Varoufakis would say. All right, let's have a look at this one. And the tagline on this one, which is what caught my eye, was as well, it's clever, is Oracle is genuinely far scarier than BlackRock, and we've obviously just been looking into BlackRock. So, and this is a channel called How Money Works. I don't know what their ideological backing is. I don't know where they get their money from, any of that sort of stuff. But they seem to come at this stuff from an ideological perspective, in the sense that they are economists, I'm assuming. And so they look at things from an economist perspective. So that makes them kind of, bourgeois economists, I would say. But, like, we can judge as we watch their video. So let's have a look and you see if you can get a background on Oracle.
Earlier this month, Larry Ellison briefly became the richest man in the world after his company Oracle delivered worse than expected financial results. As a clear sign of a very healthy and totally normal market, the tech company reported lower earnings per share and revenue than it projected. But despite this, its value soared by over 30% in a single day, gaining more market cap than the entirety of McDonald's within 8 hours. This is all from a company that has historically provided boring software subscriptions to boring enterprise customers. And if an industry reputation is to be believed, they didn't even do that particularly well. So as you might have already guessed, this recent boom has had a lot to do with big promises about the future of AI, which is nothing that special by itself anymore. But the way that Oracle is capitalizing on this hype is unique, and it's also worth understanding because, unfortunately, it will impact you. Oracle is going to be effectively taking over control of TikTok in America. It has massive influence in both Silicon Valley and Washington. It might single-handedly be keeping the AI bubble inflated. Oh, and this is not to mention the direct connection it will have with potentially the biggest traditional media company of all time. It's all...
So Skydance is the original issue that we were talking about the other day when it came to what was going on with Jimmy Kimmel. Skydance was the merger that Trump was going to, affect through the FCC. And there was another late night show host, I can't remember who it was, who got cancelled in the face of that merger. And that was a merger that involved Skydance. And somehow Oracle has its tentacles on this as well. So Oracle seems to be one of those companies that's just expanding generally into all things. Like Elon Musk, has expanded from, I guess from PayPal and digital realm stuff to Tesla, and then from Tesla to owning media corporations like Twitter. Then Oracle seems to have its eyes on the prize in terms of becoming like proper industrial capitalists, like old school. They own media outlets as well to control public opinion, not just controlling the means of production, but controlling the conversation too. I watched the channel. You would align. Oh, okay, cool. They were missing him too much. They were all like, come home to Germany. We want to create the Fourth Reich. Finance videos earn more revenue per view than other channel types. So it's about lots of videos that explain companies, financial things that general public can watch. Okay. Promises, ? Oh, so Elon Musk's tactic of promising things that he can't deliver. If a company is big-ish and been around longer than 15, 20 years, they have Oracle. So that's a lot of companies, governments, etc. Okay, right. Yeah. All right. Let us continue. Is your feed live on the flotilla? They just put an alert. The lead boats, are surrounded by the Well, this is the live stream, yeah. Oh, look, they've got their arms up. No way. You're right, Dr. Nathan. This guy's got his arms up. Let's check that out. What's going on there? Is that the one? Which one? All in ADF surrounding. Oh my God. That guy had his hands up for a bit. So what? They made it in what? Within 85 kilometers? And then they got done? Fair lady, all in, ADF surrounding. I think there's sound that comes with this as well.
Έχουμε τη συμπαράσταση σου, Αναστασία. Στεγνά ρούχα χρειαζόμαστε τώρα, όχι συμπαράσταση.
Alright, keep us up to date then, if anything else changes. Is it behind? All in. She's yawning. She's tired. It's early morning, right? All right, we'll keep an eye on it. We'll definitely keep an eye on it. All right, back to Larry, Laz dogs. They will come in a few times and retreat and then start the water cannons, then board them. At that point, they probably will have the signals jammed. Yeah, so that's been the recent tactic I have heard. Oh, we'll keep an eye on it.
very impressive stuff when you remember the biggest traditional media company of all time. It's all very impressive stuff when you remember that, unless you were unlucky enough to have to deal with their software services, most people have no idea what the fuck this business actually does.
Larry Ellison, founder and top shareholder of software giant Oracle, has seen his net worth by $70 billion in one day.
According to the White House, the deal will transfer control of TikTok's U.S. operations and a copy of that all-important algorithm, Oracle, founded by Ellison, in cooperation with the government, monitors this algorithm.
Larry Ellison is an amazing man and an amazing business person.
According to the Wall Street Journal, who's reporting Paramount Skydance is preparing a majority cash bid for Warner Brothers Discovery. The move would see the two titans of the entertainment industry come together.
I wonder if they've followed through with that yet. Does anyone know if that actual merger went through? Was it Stephen Colbert who got kicked out or cancelled because he was saying edgy shit and they got rid of him so like Trump would approve the merger? Has the merger between Paramount and Warner Brothers happened or been approved? And who was the late night talk show host that got cancelled as a result of the FCC's consideration of this merger? There's no confirmed merger yet between Paramount, now merged with Skydance under the name Paramount Skydance, and Warner Brothers Discovery. The proposed merger would face major regulatory hurdles. Paramount's recent major corporate move has been the merger with Skydance Media, which was approved in by the FCC in earlier 2025. Okay, so they're separate. So the Late Show with Stephen Colbert, hosted by Stephen Colbert, CBS, a division of Paramount, announced in July 2025 the Late Show would end in May 2026. While CBS officially cited financial reasons and the challenging economics of the late night TV, many commentators and critics tie the timing of Colbert's criticism of recent $16 million settlement between Paramount and Donald Trump, and to the fact that the merger review, Paramount and Skydance, required FCC regulatory approval. Some analysis suggests that the decision was influenced by pressure to smooth over the path. So that was Paramount Skydance. And now, so Paramount Skydance are looking to now merge with Warner Brothers. Fuck. I thought they had some, ostensibly, I thought the Americans had, antitrust laws. Like, what happened to that? Like, talk about monopoly. That's huge. And then Paramount and Warner Brothers. Hey, wow. Hey, that's how you control the world. Get into media, baby. Control the conversation too. I know Jerry isn't here, but yeah, Israel got Greta already. Really? They took her boat first. Maybe she was in the lead. Jimmy Kimmel. Yeah, Jimmy Kimmel got done, but then he got reinstated. But yeah, Stephen Colbert got done. And I remember Kimmel was kind of like, I saw this happen to Colbert. I should have known. We win business from Oracle, but they are ingrained in the tech ecosystem. They will be around for a while, earning revenue for years to come. They could do anything and make money. Yes, yet less year on year. Yes, less than year on year, but nothing and make money. Other tech companies spend like crazy with profit. Seven was cancelled because of the merger, a lawsuit Trump was considering. Wasn't Ellison supposed to be giving away 95% of his wealth? Yeah, to who? His son? Nah, I don't know. Nah, it was too smooth to be a Trump deal. It's funny how South Park can keep getting away with their shit because they are such a cash cow for Paramount. Hey, it's bourgeois society, eh? Money talks. Money talks. And that's why I think Jimmy Kimmel was reinstated, let's say. Because like the consumer class had responded with counter cancel culture pressure. No antitrust when Trump is around. He's pro business, baby. Mr. E will read anything on auto. Hey, look. Hey, I'm trying to read. I'm trying to be fair. Give everyone a platform. This all feels low-key like what happened to Stephen Fry's character. Yeah, yes. I can't help but think that. Like, he makes fun of the supreme leader, and then they come and take him away in the middle of the night. Hooded people come and take him away in the middle of the night. Secret police, right? Glad I'm not the only one who's had this thought. I know, right? Okay, sorry. I keep interrupting these guys. I'm just trying to kind of fact check things as best as possible.
There are really three titans of the
An amazing business person.
According to the Wall Street Journal, who's reporting Paramount Skydance is preparing a majority cash bid for Warner Brothers Discovery. The move would see the two titans of the entertainment industry come together.
Okay, so there are really three things you need to understand about this company. The financial shenanigans it has pulled to suddenly explode in value, the way it's using that paper value to grab real value, and how it's using that value to become one of the most powerful institutions in the world. I know organizations like BlackRock usually get all of the attention for pulling strings behind the scenes, and honestly, some of these fears are not totally unwarranted. But hold on to your tinfoil hats, because there is an argument to be made that what Oracle is turning into is going to be much worse, and here's why. The recent run-up in Oracle stock price has been largely thanks to its aggressive shift into AI infrastructure support. The company is building massive AI data centers and then selling access to them to companies that don't have the money or expertise to build their own. Now, cloud computing is not a new offering from Oracle, and a lot of other companies offer similar products. But the rate at which they are expanding this part of their business supposedly is what has surprised a lot of investors. As far as tech companies go, Oracle is pretty ancient at almost 50 years old now. Investors were treating it like a mature, stable...
That's what you were saying, right, Scrib? They're old school, right? They're pretty ancient. 50 years old. What is Oracle's business model? What products or services do they supply? Briefly, please. They're ancient. They're like 50 years old. Multinational technology company founded in 1977. It's best known for databases and enterprise software. So it's hardware and software. That's what we're talking about. Like, these are the digital highways, baby. Look, fucking ChatGPT is struggling. Look at that. It's slow. Business models, software licensing and subscriptions, database software, middleware, enterprise apps. Servicing the business sector, baby. Cloud services, infrastructure, platforms and applications, hardware systems, servers, engineered systems, storage solutions, consulting and support services, implementation, maintenance, soon to be providing media services, or consolidated media services, databases, Oracle database, autonomous database, Oracle cloud infrastructure, Fusion applications, NetSuite, for small and medium businesses. Oh, really? I thought it was just all big dogs. Hardware, data service, storage systems, tech support, professional services, managed security. I don't know, man. That's pretty tech bro-y, don't you reckon? Definitely tech bro kind of stuff. Like these are the real tech bros. They own the means of production. If it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it may be a Ricky Lake quote. Revenue goes down, but prices go up. High fives around the tech bro office. Everybody gets a bonus. All these companies have been merging and unmerging for years now. AT&T acquired Warner Brothers back in 2018 before spinning them off to merge with Discovery. After totally screwing everything up, like good private equity does, Jack, hey? use to set up a merger, an acquisition, what have you, fuck a company up, make a killing, sell it off to somebody else. Everybody gets the turn. It's like the town bicycle, and it just goes round and round, baby. People make some quick cash, all speculation, and then they just keep doing the rounds. They keep doing the rounds, baby. Interesting. Systems that run ERP, billing, blah, they started with infrastructure on premise and have shifted slowly to SaaS. IDF intercepts happening by the looks of it. Oh, really? Why? Because everything's gone down. How do you know? Well, it's offline. It's offline. It's offline. Yeah, that's how you know. Yeah, IDF surrounding communications jam. That's what that says in the middle. Yeah. Snap. Oh, well. None of it's cutting edge. That's why it's not a tech bro to me. Okay, so a tech bro to you is someone who's on the edge of the scene, pushing the boundaries, avant-garde. They never leading marketers. People have to buy their tools and systems. To me, in my interpretation of political economy, that's exactly what a capitalist does. They own things that people need, like the actual means to do their businesses and do their work and create value for the economy. They own that stuff. And then everybody has to come to them to be able to create value.
Low-growth industry incumbent that had carved out a nice little niche for itself in commercial software services. But over the last year, it has effectively rebranded itself in the markets as a born-again AI startup complete with the investor exuberance that comes with it. This really came to a head in their most recent earnings when they announced that they had almost $500 billion in backlogged orders from AI companies desperate to utilize its expanding infrastructure. It's basically that number alone that has fueled the surge in Oracle's stock price because everything else in the financials were underwhelming at best. But that didn't matter because big numbers go up and people are hoping this could be the next Nvidia for everybody who missed out on Nvidia. But there are 3 big problems with that absolutely massive number. The first is the simple fact that we need to get out of the way first, which is that this spending is probably almost certainly unsustainable. Generative AI does have some useful applications, and in the long run, we are going to figure out more ways to integrate it into everyday technologies. But $455 billion is more than 2% of US GDP, and that's in just one set of contracts from one company. When you are spending that much money, handy little technologies are not good enough. It genuinely needs to radically reshape the world in one way or another. Even if it's not for the best, at least the analysts will be able to see where the money is going. The big players are getting more and more desperate to prove that the scale of disruption is possible, while everybody else is getting more and more skeptical. This was covered in a video last month, so I don't want to retread too much ground here, because the economy destabilizing scale of AI investments is not even the biggest problem with these Oracle numbers. The bigger problem is that later on in that same financial letter, the CEO notes that basically all of this money is coming from just 4 contracts with 3 individual clients. So even if those contracts were split evenly, that means these clients will be spending more than $150 billion each on effectively renting a data center. The logical question is, why would companies with that much money not just build their own data centers? Well, that's the third problem. The biggest new client juicing these numbers is OpenAI, who has announced plans to spend over $300 billion with Oracle over the next 5 years. The problem is, OpenAI doesn't have $300 billion. To even have a chance of being able to fulfill this commitment, they are going to need a lot more investor money. Fortunately, and completely coincidentally, at around the same time last week, Nvidia announced that it will be investing $100 billion into OpenAI. This cash will be used to help develop their compute infrastructure through deals like the one they have made with Oracle. But Oracle is building its compute infrastructure by buying billions of dollars worth of Nvidia GPUs. So, yeah. All they are doing is effectively turning outside investor money into deferred revenue on the next company over, which is making these businesses look more promising than they really are to even more outside investors.
How good's the picture? It's so good. The power board that's plugged into itself. It's such a good analogy for what's going on here. OpenAI gives $100 billion to Oracle, Oracle 100 to NVIDIA, NVIDIA to OpenAI, and so the money goes around. And someone has to dump the cash from the outside. It's like venture capitalists out there. And that's where Trump comes in with Project Stargate. He gets like, I don't know, external investors somehow to come in and commit money to America's AI arms race somehow, and yeah, invest in digital infrastructure. It's fucking crazy, man. Circle jerk. We've never used that on this stream before. Yeah, it's a bit like that, but what a circle jerk, man. Every time someone gets off, there's another $1 billion, man. Infinite power. Ellison gave $1 billion to aging prevention. Yeah, he's a tech bro. Like, that's actually the definition of a tech bro, Squeeb, is if you are trying to preserve yourself so you can continue your Silicon Valley empire beyond the natural life of a human being. There it is. That makes you a tech bro. Sounds like I should buy some of these NVIDIA stocks. I get myself some of that NVIDIA. I think that was the original video title. Circle jerk. Sure, bro, sure.
Investors. Now, AI has been playing a game of say a bigger number for a while now, to the point where last week, Sam Altman unironically suggested that we could build a Dyson sphere to power core compute capabilities. Now, this is all really dumb, but it should only be a risk to the people investing money.
What's the
into these
Dyson
businesses,
sphere?
and they
Is that like an in-joke for tech people? I don't get it. I feel a bit out of the loop there with that one. What is a Dyson sphere? Theoretical megastructure that surrounds a star. Oh, this is a physics joke. In order to capture a large portion or all of the energy output for use by an advanced civilization that surrounds a star in order to capture a large portion of the energy. Yeah, right. Wow. It's a physics joke. Good on you, Sam. Hey, Altman, you sick dog. Hey.
we could build a Dyson sphere to power core compute capabilities. Now, this is all really dumb, but it should only be a risk to the people investing money into these businesses, and they do need to do their own due diligence.
It's sci-fi shit. Yeah, right. It's a shield around the sun, surround the sun with solar panels. Do you want me to read out the autocorrect one? Willa panels. Yeah, absorb energy from a star. It has to do with measuring levels of civilizations. It's a type 2 civilization. Ooh. Nerding out in the chat here, everyone.
The real problem for everybody else is what they are doing with these fantasy valuations once they have achieved them. So it's time to learn how money works to find out what Oracle and the big man Larry Ellison are really up to. This video is sponsored by Plod, a tool that makes you more productive rather than replace a note and product. A real-time report for entrepreneurs beyond just the moment all of your meeting with Ask Plod. Need help drafting? You can even use Pocket Magic on their QR code. Oracle and its founder, Larry Ellison, have been extremely wealthy for a very long time now, and over the last 4 decades, neither of them have been afraid of throwing their money around a bit. Oracle spends millions of dollars every year on political donations and lobbying, and Ellison himself was one of the biggest spenders on last year's election, even if he was a little bit more low-key about it than Elon Musk. Senior executives in the company, including its outgoing CEO, have also...
How much, do you reckon? How much did Larry Ellison spend on political donations as part of the presidential campaign? Or just generally, compared to Elon Musk? Larry Ellison's political donations has been a major giver, especially towards Republican causes, but his totals are much smaller compared to Musk. Okay, from 2020 to 2023, Ellison gave more than $35 million to the Opportunity Matters Fund, a super PAC aligned with Senator Tim Scott. He also made large individual super PAC donations, 15 million in a single contribution in 2022 towards the GOP midterm fund. Additionally, early in the 1990s. Oh, that's like nothing then compared to what Musk was doing. Still, not bad, man. Over like what, a 3-year period, $35 million. Fuck me. I'm in the wrong game, baby.
Held key positions within the current government. But like all good philanthropy, the alleged return on investment from these donations has been staggering.
Oh, Charmaine's in the house. Here we go. Are the tech bros crushing the farmers so their data centers have free reign over local water tables and nobody left to complain when they're empty? They are. We've watched some documentaries here on the stream where like you get an inside look into these local communities that get absolutely screwed over hardcore by these massive data centers that come in and take up all the water, all the electricity. So people have like rolling blackouts all the time because the electricity is getting sucked up by these massive data centers. And like they're putting them in weird places. Like the footage that they had of the data center that Oracle's working on in Texas was crazy. It's in Texas, and like water especially scarce in a semi-arid or basically desert style region. And they're taking up all the water, taking up all the power. And yes, there won't be anyone left because there won't be any food left. Prices go up, water disappears. Soon the data centers will be in a local town near you. And that's a guarantee. There it is. Just put it on Antarctica next to the Nazi base, an earthquake weapon. That's where the Christchurch, that's their Christchurch earthquake. Anyone? I don't know the reference. Oh, is this the scale of civilizations? I'm going to check this out, actually. As a revolutionary, I would like to know more. Oh, man, I've been missing stuff on the stream chat, haven't I? Apologies. Avalavo a little while ago. Oracle sells their soul to the capitalist for anything they desire. I was looking for that triangular pic yesterday. They all suck each other off. Gold-plated circle jerk. Money circulates. Line goes up. Yes. And as long as the money circulates, that's all that matters for the capitalist class. Money circulates, baby. That's all that matters. The Kardashev scale. The Kardashev scale is a method of measuring civilization's level of technological advancement based on the amount of energy it is capable of harnessing and using. Is 4IS or Jag still in the house? Do you remember when we looked at the Technocracy Incorporated? That was Technocracy Incorporated. Their value scale was only based on energy. It had nothing to do with anything else. Like civilization needs energy to advance. And that was pretty much it. That was crazy. Kardashev first outlined his scale in a paper presented at the 1964 conference that communicated findings on the BS 2976, which he initiated a scientific meeting that reviewed the Soviet radio astronomy space listening program. The paper was titled Transmission of Information by Extraterrestrial Civilizations. A Type 1 civilization is able to access all the energy available on its planet and store it for consumption. A Type 2 civilization can directly consume a star's energy, most likely through the use of a Dyson sphere. A Type 3 civilization is able to capture all energy emitted by its galaxy and every object within it, such as every star, black hole, etc. That's a pretty interesting scale, isn't it? It's a very interesting scale. And look, it goes up in like decimal points as well. So the closer you get, You can go further up the scale. That's very interesting. Wow. Yeah, as a revolutionary, I find that stuff fascinating. So, update from the flotilla feed is that the ship's cameras have gone down from jamming. They are being harassed by the Israelis with water cannons. No boarding yet. Interesting. Makes no fecking sense on a sense level. Data center needs to be near you. AI data center supercomputer can be anywhere. I think of that Always Sunny reference of inverted triangle, not a pyramid scheme till you turn it upside down. There is a conspiracy theory that there is a secret base with secret technology that caused the Christchurch earthquakes in New Zealand. Oh. The other conspiracy was it was God angry at the gays. Well, all valid conspiracy, right? How long will Elon throw a nuke reactor? How long till Elon throws a nuke reactor and a AI data center in space? Actually, it's funny that you say that because they are investigating that. Amazon's got a patent. I'm pretty sure it's Amazon. Amazon's got a patent for that, where they're putting data centers in space, in like just in orbit, and it's obviously kept cool there, and they have a direct kind of satellite link down. So they've already patented that idea, dilemmas. Sorry. Early government was based on access to water. Future civilization will be measured by power generation. Yeah. Ask it where we're up to now. I think we're at 0.2. Get out. Really? This chart's got... Oh, those were projections. Okay. Yeah, you want to ask the research assistant? What? What section we're at now? Why not? Where is civilization at now? Well, it's thinking. The Kardashev scale, type 1 civilization. Yeah, we already know this. Excuse me. Get on with it. We are not yet type 1. Current global energy consumption is about 2 times 10 to the power of 13 watts, 20 terawatts. That's only about 0.07 of type 1 civilization. Physicist Carl Sagan suggested using continuous version of the scale instead of the whole numbers. By his formula, humanity is around 0.7. That answers your question. Humanity is about 0.7. There it is. I prefer my data centers to organically farmed and homegrown. What? Farm like goods and produce? Yeah. Why we can eat data, can't we? We can all live off data, that's for sure. Solar power is our first step to achieving type 2. Don't tell anyone at Woke Sky News. Hey, take that back. The sun doesn't always shine and the wind doesn't always blow, etc., etc. Insert usual rhetoric right here, please. While it's profit driven, would we ever make it to 1? Hey, asking the hard questions. How do you even respond to that? Hey? No, I guess not. Not where profit is the priority. Hey? Profit all the way, baby. There's not a lot happening on the satellite feed at the moment, is there? Oh, wait, someone's chilling. Someone's lying down over there. All right, back to it.
On a totally unrelated note, TikTok's parent company, ByteDance, must sell off its US operations in a deal that has been heavily monitored by the government because of the sensitive user information and influence the platform controls. To facilitate this transfer, Oracle has been selected and approved as the company that will handle the new platform using its existing cloud infrastructure. This is going to give it influence over the algorithm and access to that same sensitive user data. Now, you might reasonably say that it's better for an American tech giant to have this data, when the alternative is a Chinese tech giant, and that's completely fair. What hasn't been completely fair is the tender process to decide which particular tech giant would be gifted this valuable opportunity. The details of this acquisition are still incredibly vague and opaque, but almost every independent estimate says that the $14 billion valuation put on the social media platform is well below what it should trade at. Now, only the American operation is being forced to sell here, but even still, comparing it to a competitor like Instagram, based on sales within this market alone, it should conservatively be worth 10 times more. Now, political lobbying potentially and totally coincidentally resulting in a lucrative government deal might not come as a huge surprise to you anymore. But, well...
Say the line, Bart!
It gets worse. The Ellison family have used their wealth and influence to move far beyond one single tech company. Now, I have to give a warning that this next part involves looking at the world's most punchable face, although nothing I can say can truly prepare you. Larry Ellison's son, David Ellison, started the company Skydance Media in 2010, reportedly with seed capital of $350 million coming from his...
He looks photoshopped, doesn't he? Like, look at that face. I don't know if you guys can see that. He actually looks photoshopped. He must be photoshopped. He is the embodiment of airbrushing.
His father and other associates. Last year, Skydance took over Paramount to form Paramount Skydance, which Ellison still has voting control over. This new mega media company is also reportedly eyeing a deal to acquire Warner Brothers, which would make it one of, if not the largest traditional media conglomerate in history. This is incredibly impressive from a business started just 15 years ago, although funding from one of the richest men in the world has certainly made rapid expansion a lot easier. But the cozy and at times lucrative relationship with the government has raised some eyebrows around how this business is run, such as the cancellation of Stephen Colbert at the same time that the TikTok deal and the current slate of big acquisitions were being assessed. However, the company insists that it was purely down to the show receiving poor ratings. Now, that may very well be true. Late-night talk shows have been a slowly fading medium for a long time now. However, even the potential for an organization with this much influence to have this much control is concerning enough by itself. But it gets worse. As something of a synergistic move with Oracle's heavy focus on AI, David has been a vocal supporter of using the technology to lower costs in the movie production industry. So basically, the worst use case for AI. This is also all ignoring the biggest problem of all. Larry Ellison is 81 years old, and while he looks pretty good for his age, he is eventually going to die. The exact details of his estate are unknown, but it's safe to assume that he will pass down at least some of his influence over Oracle to his son. That means one man could soon potentially control one of the biggest social media platforms and traditional media platforms at the same time. So if you ever wondered what happened if we mixed Rupert Murdoch with Mark Zuckerberg, we may be about to find out. Compared to the other big companies, Skydance and Oracle are far more low-key to the average person when compared to competitors like Disney or Facebook. But I hope in whatever way it can, this video shines a little bit more light on them because they could soon be just as important. Now, of course, this is only one part of a bigger trend that is getting a lot less attention than it really should. Go and watch this video next to find out why businesses are...
Interesting, eh? These are the guys. Oh, this is the organization, let's call it, that are going to get their hands on TikTok. You, if you're watching this right now, they're going to get access to the infamous, the highly prized Chinese algorithm, and they're going to exploit that for all it's worth. The Americans make shit social media in the modern, in contemporary consideration. Like in terms of like, you know, Instagram, let's say Meta makes shit. Social media, look at Instagram, it's not that great in terms of competing with something like TikTok. And so this is funny because the Chinese always get hit up in Western propaganda as being kind of these people that steal people's technology and like evade copyright laws and intellectual property, all that sort of stuff. But here you have Trump, like, that's it. Or the American state, let's just call it even here. if you want to run your TikTok machine, which is really, really quite good actually and quite influential, if you want to run your TikTok machine in our country for security purposes, we can't let that happen. If you want to continue running that machine, then give us access to it. We want the keys, and so we can look under the hood as well and figure out how it works. And so, yes, okay, the reason on the surface is, they're worried about protecting the American consumer, and they're worried about security because the Chinese have kind of access and data on every American now, or every American that's got access to TikTok, which is probably a lot of people, right? A large percentage of the population, but really they're going to steal their technology. And like, they'd never frame it like that, though. They'd never frame it like that. It'll just be a pro-Israel / MAGA policy shit. AKA sucking ass to Daddy Trump. It just feels like every social media app is moving to the right. That's interesting. They've all got spare parts literally made in China / by Chinese poor people, yeah. It's not confirmed by China or ByteDance as of 6 days ago. I read China was like, what the fuck are you on about, bro? Interesting. They're just slowly moving to online uploads. I wonder if those statistics include online views. And they are going into mass production next year. Who's going into mass production? What's that a reference to? So good. The space one, indoctrination. Damn capitalist pigs. I'm going to the only place the sun will always shine. Space. And that's how you get to a tier 2 civilization. By moving to space to beat the capitalist pig dogs. That's how you beat a man. That's how you beat the capitalist. All right, so that's a little bit of an insight into Oracle. Like I said, I've never come across Oracle before until Project Stargate was announced. And Larry Ellison just seems like, yeah, I guess one of those part of the woodwork, etched in kind of figures. Trump and him were, talking each other up about how wonderful they are at business and all that sort of stuff. So he's a billionaire with a lot of influence. He's ingrained in the system, but they're looking to him to kind of lead the way, or the American way, and not only make important investment decisions in hardware, but control important software, so algorithms that dictate social media. We know how important social media has been politically. Like, look at the phenomenon that was Charlie Kirk. TikTok was his vehicle, and he was so influential that he needed to be taken out by some dude from Utah who's from a generally Republican family and just happened to have a girlfriend that ratted him out very, very conveniently. But like, he got his fame and fortune really from the TikTok algorithm. Very, very important in the modern era. This vehicle for public opinion. And so Oracle is potentially going to get access not only to some good old traditional media, so shaping people's thoughts and minds through Hollywood and through the production of media in the traditional form, but also through social media as well. That's some crazy empire building shit, man. And that's real capitalistic value production, not like the BlackRock venture, Vanguard and State Street stuff that we were looking at earlier this week. Like, that type of value production, we were speculating on this at the time. Like, is it actual value production? Like, if you just own heaps of shares in everything, or like, sorry, not heaps of shares. If you own a little bit of shares in everything, basically you just kind of own or control the market as opposed to contributing any value to the market. You just control the market. It's like, it's like these companies are literally, BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street are literally like the invisible hand that Adam Smith was talking about and speaking in metaphors. It's like those index funds, these private equity firms. These people are literally trying to become the invisible hand of the market. They're not actually involved in value creation. They're just in the market, like quite literally. They are just a market force as opposed to anything that is like value producing almost. They don't really control the means of production, but they are very influential on the process. But this stuff, though, Oracle is in there. It seems to be a tech bro company that, like, yeah, it owns hardware, it owns software, and soon it's going to have media too, like proper control over social media. It already has control over traditional forms of media, and so it's going to use that power to have the political influence. Like, but back in the day, the industrial capitalists, the capitalist pigs, they really, just made sure they were friends with media moguls, and now it's kind of they're all coming together to own it all. It's like a Pokemon thing. They gotta catch them all, and they're really controlling large swathes of the economy all at once. It's pretty crazy. Truth Social. Isn't DeepSeek a copy and paste of ChatGPT? Well, that's the accusations made from the West, I think, yeah. I've seen so many clips of suspicious people surrounding that Kirk incident, yeah. The word girlfriend is doing a lot of heavy lifting there. I'm glad you picked up on that because I used it on purpose and it was just for you. That's fucking hilarious. They all have their hands all over the world. Capital answers to the shareholders. There is no flag that is large enough to hide the shame of the man in cuffs. You switch the signs, then you close their blinds, you change the channels, and you change their mind. What song is that from? Which one? There's no flag large enough to hide the shame of the man in cuffs. I can hear it in my head. I can't remember what song it's from. So invest with beta shares then? Got it. Charmaine, no. DeepSeek is fundamentally different. It's a mixture of expert models, not an LLM. Interesting. David's in the house. It's been a while. Welcome, David. Welcome. Welcome to the stream chat. Now we just need Ron to be on board and we'll have bipartisanship. That is System of a Down for sure. Prison Song or Deer Dance? Ooh, I don't know if it's either of those. I would like to know more. Oh, it's ADD. American Dream Denial. ADD. No flag large enough to hide the shame of the men in cuffs. All right. We are shifting gears again. We're all over the place, but, we got to keep it fresh every hour. Look at this, almost on the hour. Every hour we're going to change it up. I want to finish off what we had started yesterday. So we watched half of this, like talking about tech bros. Talking about tech bros. Yesterday, we went down the pipeline of what people like Peter Thiel are up to at the moment. And Peter Thiel, one hell of a shady mother, don't get me wrong, but he's into the Antichrist at the moment, and like heavily so, it would seem. And so we got halfway through kind of listening to this guy called Gil Duran. So you can see Gil Duran's on your screen at the moment. Go and check him out. He's from the Nerdreich. And that's with Gil Duran, and he seems to have a vendetta against the tech bros in Silicon Valley, and so he just analyzes all of the crazy shit that they're up to. This is the guy that got us onto like Curtis Yarvin and the network state. So some of the proponents of the Dark Enlightenment, really, or people that believe in that type of thing. And he got us kind of onto it. he's our gateway drug. So if you're interested, go check out the work of Gil Duran. I think he covers some interesting stuff. Obviously, you know, he's got a certain political leaning. He's a Democrat. And so like it comes with all of the baggage that you expect of kind of liberal politics in the US. So just be careful with that. But like I think because it's separate, his analysis of the tech bros, it seems to usually be devoid of his Democrat kind of politics, and it seems to just be more about critically analyzing what strange things the tech bros are up to at the moment. So yeah, check him out. I'll give you his introduction just so you understand what the topic is, and then we're going to fast forward to, he's got two speakers, and we've looked at one of them. We're going to look at the other one now. But it's basically the Silicon Valley is going through a weird stage at the moment where it's aligning itself heavily with Christian mythology, I guess you would say, Christian stories, and they're really spouting this idea of the Antichrist. And from what we can understand, the Antichrist has got nothing really to do with this demonic figure or this beast or something like that that comes in and kind of threatens humanity as such. The Antichrist is really supposed to be about people that are agents of evil or deceptive and kind of work counterproductively against the teachings of Jesus Christ and kind of Christian values, as opposed to it being like this, like this beast, this demonic form that comes up to tear away at the souls of humans and destroy the planet, like, I don't know, Godzilla or something like that. It's got nothing to do with that type of stuff. It's not some, large reckoning event as such, but they are really playing up and hamming up their Christian values now, which is weird. These Silicon Valley types who for a long time were very, I guess you would say, secular and progressive minded, and now they're all, associated with the Republican Party, and they are spouting how Christian they are, which is really interesting for someone like Peter Thiel because he's gay, and so like if he really loves his Christian values so much, those things don't really come together nicely. I guess there are some Christian sects that are different to others and will accept that sort of stuff, but not the type of thing he's talking about, because again, he's spouting Antichrist stuff. So really the Antichrist is people like him that are, leading good Christians astray and deceiving everybody. But it seems to be that the tech bros are using the Antichrist as a vehicle. Christians throughout history have used references to the Antichrist when there have been situations of great desperation, poverty, and they start talking about apocalyptic end times, and they talk about people that aren't true and are trying to deceive the world's populations. But it seems to be around these juncture points in history when civilization seems like it's coming to an end, or like I said, there's fear, desperation, pessimism, and so it would seem that the tech bros are kind of accosting that. They are intercepting that sentiment in the population at the moment that times are tough and the American machine might not be as hegemonic as it once was, and it may be the end of the outright rule of the American empire. And so the Christian nationalists are getting pretty nervous in America, and so in order to take that Christian energy and that fear for the end times, they get on top of it and start talking about the Antichrist, and then they can help basically co-opt the entire of the American population to do their bidding by fear-mongering people about the Antichrist, talking about the Antichrist on end, and then they, like the Christian evangelical base in America, or just the large Christian voting base in America, will be like, oh my God, yes, the Antichrist is real. These guys know about the Antichrist and they're trying to warn us. And we better go to war to stop migrants from coming in. We better go to war with Mexico to stop the drugs from coming in. We better go to war with whoever, China, because China's now trying to deceive Americans. We need to go to war with Trans-Tifa. trans Tifa are here to deceive us all. They must be the Antichrist. So you can use the Antichrist to label anyone who's potentially deceptive or trying to change your culture away from Christian values. And America is based in Christianity, so it's based in Christian values. And so they could potentially weaponize this to get the American population on their side to do their bidding, potentially. So that's where we were at yesterday when we were looking into this stuff. I've been lurking. The news is making me too depressed to even comment. Oh, yeah. Look, I get it. I get it. Yeah, thanks to Jag's uncle. That's so funny. I forgot about that. Yes, your uncle put us in 4AS Mystery Movement with good reason. Yes, it was your uncle, your famed uncle, that put us all onto this, me, you, and 4AS back in the day. Yes. I hope he knows how instrumental he's been for the creation and development of this channel. And he's going to have to buy shares in it so he can continue to do God's work. David, thanks for that info. Oh, wait, I read that before. Volta, just have to speak a little bit biblical to get the mindless drones to follow your cause. Dude, come a long way. Hey, yeah, 4AS. It's been a while. And like, you know, coming up to November, it's going to be a year since we've been doing this stuff. So David was one of the originals as well, actually. We covered the American election, I'm pretty sure. He's not dealing with the current times well. Yeah, I could imagine. Yeah. Especially with all the stuff that he digests, or the ideas that he digests. It's all very dismal stuff, man. Like really, really dismal stuff. Sometimes I finish off streams, I'm like, fuck, man, where's the hope? Where is the hope for the human race after the stuff that we consume here? But we must have hope. All right, let me give you an introduction. Let Gil give you an introduction on my behalf so you know what the fuck we're talking about.
Tech billionaire Peter Thiel keep talking about the Antichrist? And why are Silicon Valley figures like Nicole Shanahan, who recently described Burning Man as demonic, suddenly embracing the language of apocalypse? Later this month, Peter Thiel will begin a secretive 4-part lecture series on the Antichrist. The public won't be allowed inside to hear what's being said, but we're pulling back the curtain to expose what all this Antichrist talk really means and why it matters. To help us make sense of it, we first turned to Dr. Robert Fuller, Professor Emeritus of Religious Studies
So
at Bradley
we listened to him
University,
yesterday.
and author of Naming the Antichrist, The History of an American Obsession. Decades ago, Fuller examined how fears of the Antichrist shaped American religion, culture, and politics. And he's seen firsthand how these apocalyptic stories can spill into real life with horrifying results. Our second guest is Matthew Fox, a world-renowned
This is who we're going to
theologian
listen to
and
today.
spiritual teacher. For 34 years, he served as a Dominican priest before being silenced and eventually expelled by the Vatican for his insistence that spirituality must confront injustice, ecological destruction, and the abuse of power. Fox is the founder of the Creation Spirituality movement and has written more than 36 books, works that directly challenge traditional notions of sin and apocalypse. At a time when Silicon Valley is flirting with dark religious symbolism, Fox offers a strikingly different lens. Now, as billionaires dust off this same apocalyptic narrative, we ask, what happens when visions of the Antichrist migrate from the margins to the mainstream? What dangers and what revelations lie in our culture's enduring obsession with the end of days? And why is Silicon Valley pivoting from talk of godlike AI to worries about demons, devils, and antichrists? It's time to expose Silicon Valley and the Antichrist playbook.
Yeah, Nerd Reich. Yeah, Gil Duran. You got it, baby.
And now back to the pod with Dr. Fox as we go from Antichrist history to Antichrist religion.
Dr. Fox.
I better turn that up. I'm sorry.
We're seeing another outbreak.
And now back to the pod with Dr. Fox as we go from Antichrist history to Antichrist religion.
Ron, no way. I bet he doesn't acknowledge that the Pope as the Antichrist, which he is. Revelation 17 makes this clear. We are clearly in the end times. No way. What timing, Ron? Have you been here the whole time lurking, or did you just come in for this? You got to give us your opinion on this shit. Now, I thought the devil lived at the bottom of the Vatican. Now you're saying the devil is the Pope. Because the Pope doesn't live in the bottom, like in the deep underbelly of the Vatican itself. Or at least one of the things that you got us to watch the other day. Hey, Mystery, can we do a hope stream sometime? Cleanse the palate. You know what? I'll put that one to you, Ninja Nurse, actually. Now, tomorrow we've got a really special episode coming in, or a stream coming in. Jerry Poppins has meticulously curated a right-wing propaganda playlist. Like I think it's actually like proper right-wing politics stuff for us to view tomorrow. So we're going to be doing a deep dive into the right-wing pipeline tomorrow. So if you want to curate a hope stream and like put together a playlist, like a YouTube playlist of like good content that like gives us something to cleanse the palate, I'm all for that. That's a really good idea. And like you're on Discord and all that sort of stuff. So please, if you want to give us something to look forward to, I'd be more than happy for you to curate a stream for us. Like, honestly, I wouldn't mind doing something that gives us some hope. No, it just came in. Pope and the devil are different. Okay, right. Pope as the Antichrist. Right, got it. Okay, so the devil lives in the Vatican, but the Pope is the Antichrist. Got it. That is a distinction. That's fair enough. No, you're not paying attention. The devil and the Antichrist aren't the same being. Yes, got it. Got it. That's my bad. That's my bad.
Dr. Fox, we're seeing another outbreak of Antichrist energy in American politics. And last year, you wrote a book, Trump and the MAGA Movement as Antichrist, that examined this archetype of the Antichrist in American politics. What does it mean when people evoke the literal Antichrist in political debate?
It really is stunning, isn't it? And even without their invoking it, they're playing it out on their own terms. So you have this new religion emerging from Silicon Valley, of all places, and people in very prominent places of power, such as Peter Thiel, who anointed our vice president. So it really is this ultimate mix of government and religion and politics. You know, Mussolini defined fascism as the marriage of government and corporations. And it seems to me that this is that marriage on steroids. What's coming out of Silicon Valley. And it's stunning, really, the language they use, and some of them use the term Antichrist. On one hand, it's risible. I mean, it makes you laugh when Peter Thiel, as powerful as he is, and of course a billionaire.
Sorry. I think one of them's getting raided. Can you see that? Not raided, but getting harassed by the IDF, bro. This one in the top screen, just check that out for a second. Yeah, the spotlight's on him. The IDF's coming to get ya. Are you watching that? Indoctrinathan? I guess we can't really see it. Looks like they were coming in hot for a second there. I'll do my best. Really? Okay, thank you, Ninja Nurse. Like, no pressure, but like, just a suggestion. If you feel like doing a hope stream, like, I'm all for that, especially for a palate cleanser. Most people of good and good work / news come from small independent organizations that aren't capital focused. Yeah. It's probably why they deliver the good news. There's not a lot of money in it. I don't know, maybe they're not getting harassed anymore. I'll keep an eye on it. I'll tell you if anything changes. Sorry.
And the ability to use the term Antichrist. On one hand, it's risible. I mean, it makes you laugh when Peter Thiel, as powerful as he is, and of course a billionaire, and the billionaires are right up front in our government today, and they were there at the inauguration of 2.0. When Mr. Thiel calls Greta Thunberg the Antichrist, I mean, I'm sorry, but I have to laugh. It's just so stunningly on target for what the Antichrist would do. Here's this young woman who's put herself in a lot of dangerous situations to support the survival of Mother Earth. And she's been called an
Are
Antichrist.
you watching
by
that? They're getting fucking boarded. Holy shit. Can you see that? Oh my god. I didn't think we actually capture that. Look at them all. Look at them all. Can you see that? Death to the IDF, bro. Look at that. They're right there. Death to the IDF. There they are. Oh my god. I think they're getting boarded. Holy shit. I didn't think we get to see this. Is this legit? Avalava, are you still there watching this? You probably got your own live stream going. Holy crap. They're actually getting boarded. Oh my god. Holy shit. Can you guys see this? Will be easier to see soon. The sun is rising. Prepare to be boarded. Oh, fuck, man. I didn't think we'd actually capture it. I thought they would just jam this. Look at that. The boat's too small. They can't even fit on. Fuck me. She won't hold. It's going to capsize. There's too many of you pricks on there. Somebody get out. Wow, man. Look at the vessels in the background as well. I pray for them. Disgusting. What else are people saying? It's moving too fast. Based. Someone's an Israel supporter there. It's moving too fast. The world's looking at your crimes. That's a hardcore comment, that is. See the IDF soldiers who stacked it? No, I missed that. Oh, wow. The color just came in. Look at that. So what is this? Is it the IDF version of the Marines or something? Picking off civilian vessels? Who's the real pirates, hey? If they really cared, they would just escort them to Gaza and overwatch them giving out aid. Not this shit. Yeah, I know, right? Look at that. Actually, we got sound too. Let's see what the sound says. Nah. It must be another feed. It's got the Greek flag on it. That's crazy. Yeah, that's right. Go after the Greeks first. That'll be right. No escorts. I thought some nations sent ships. Yeah, apparently those ships peeled off. There was a Italian escort and a Spanish one, and they peeled off like a day ago. Still in international waters too, I thought. I don't know why they peeled off so early. War criminals. The God of Israel is my God. His name is Jesus Christ. Is Jesus really a God, though? I don't think he's a God. I thought he was the Messiah. I'm no expert. Most are sailing under flags. A lot of them are British. Ooh, that's heavy. Is that guy putting hands on the flag, too? Pick down that flag. Oh, it's gone. Oh, no way. Oh, man. No. Shame, shame, shame. Free Palestine. No. Alright. There you go. Still watching, but I'm not at my desk. Did you see Avalava? It came up. The feed that you gave me, that we saw them intercept one of the boats. The Oxygono? Ha! Jesus is not the Messiah in Judaism. Yeah, fair enough. You should hear what God has to say about those that hate Israel. To be honest, this is playing out in a very predictable way. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to understand. Like, why do people like watching this if they know that they're just going to get intercepted slash, and like the lines get cut and you can't see it, they get interfered with. What's the point? But it's like witnessing history, and solidarity. We're all for solidarity. Technically, yes, he is. He's the Son of God and a third of the Holy Trinity. Biblical illiterates. Jesus is God and the Antichrist is coming soon. Fair enough. Thank you, Jesus. Christ is God. Not that he's God, that he's a part of God. Oh, there's this is not a unified opinion on this one. Split in the stream again. Is Jesus part of God or not? I would find it hard to believe if there was a God, he would be okay with the state of Israel. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, well, look, the idea of the state, as we know it, is just a bourgeois notion anyway, right? So, unless God's down with capitalism, I don't think so. Read the damn text. I'll be having a chat to your God on way to becoming Stardust. He's murderous, petty, jealous. Not a God, a trick. I think Trump would use the word, it's Khan. He's a Khan. He's the biggest Khan in history. The biggest Khan ever. Oh, that's unfortunate. We got cut from the feed. That's too bad. All right. Let's go back to the Antichrist, seeing that everyone wants to have theological discussions in the chat today. Oh, Squibby Baby's back. The point is Greta gets to milk another year without getting a real job. She doesn't seem to be concerned about climate change if she's happy for all those boats to tug along. Savage. Oh my God. I have a mate who is a biblical theologian, so I get wonderful chats. Oh, there you go. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I saw that they captured Greta this morning, and Israel's response was like, if you want to give Gaza aid, go through the proper Israeli organization so we can expect the goods for Gaza. Yeah, interesting. We can accept the goods for Gaza. Now, thank God for the Israelis looking after, we can inspect the goods for Gaza. Thank God. Such selfless people they are.
Producer.
All right, back to
just so stunningly on target for what the Antichrist would do. Here's this young woman who's put herself in a lot of dangerous situations to support the survival of Mother Earth. And she's being called an Antichrist by a powerful billionaire in America. From their perspective, someone who's saying no to fossil fuels and yes to the future of the planet is the Antichrist. They're creating their own logic as well as their own God. We have a God here, and the God is technology. So the whole thing is almost beyond words.
One of the reasons why Thiel has named Greta Thunberg as a possible Antichrist is because he says that the Antichrist would be someone who talks nonstop about the end of the world and promises to save the world, which is interesting because Peter Thiel talks nonstop about Armageddon, the Antichrist, and apocalypse, and positions technology as a potential savior of the world, or in some cases, a danger to the world. And what's interesting about it is that he is not a theologian. He does not have a background as a priest or any kind of religious figure. He's a surveillance billionaire and venture capitalist who apparently has a lot of time to sit around kind of coming up with his own homespun theories about who to accuse of being the Antichrist. So
I wish I was a billionaire for that reason. Imagine if you could just sit around all day coming up with your own theories on everything. Fuck yeah. I come up with some crazy theories, I would, about the world. I kind of do anyway, let's be honest, but I'm not a billionaire. Greta Thunberg is the Antichrist because she promotes the idea of the end times. That's an interesting interpretation of the situation. That's why Greta is such a threat, because she is the Antichrist, because she's talking about how, yeah, climate change is coming, environmental destruction, if we don't change our ways, all that sort of stuff. That's why Thiel an actual, evil force in the world, someone who hoards money and value and lives off the exploitation of other people's labor, basically, is able to stand there and turn it around and say, no, she's the one that you need to watch out for because she's spouting all this stuff. She's spouting all this nonsense about the end of the world because of environmental destruction. She's the Antichrist. She's always talking about the end times, and she's offering her solutions, which is like, green tech and like more equitable distribution of wealth. She threatens the establishment. She's bringing the system down. That's her end goal. That's why she's the Antichrist. That's an interesting way of mental gymnastics there. You got to appreciate it for what it is, I must say. Greta is the Antichrist. The mental gymnastics is Olympic level. Didn't they think that Obama was the Antichrist at some stage? Yeah, that's what they were talking about yesterday. There were people, like the previous speaker was saying that there was heaps of people that thought Obama was the Antichrist. And that was because of this color of his skin and his name. And that was an attack on American values and like Christian values because he was kind of like, he had a foreign sounding name, like Obama. It sounds like Muslim or something like that. That would only be if you don't believe those things are real and she's deceiving people into believing those things. Yes. But like, it's also because, she's talking about end times then. Like, if we don't change our ways, then we're all doomed. We're all doomed. Doomed. One of the biggest things to help mitigate our impact on climate is to consume more in alignment with vegan values. And I'm pretty sure she's vegan, I guess. I wonder if Peter Thiel is. Yeah. I wonder what his carbon footprint is with his private jets. Where is the birth certificate moments?
We talked to historian Robert Fuller, who wrote a book called Naming the Antichrist. And he said, kind of like you said, the Antichrist tends to be a mirror or a projection. And those who call others Antichrist are often overlooking the fact that they could very easily be accused of being the Antichrist themselves by their own criterion, as in the case of Thiel. At the same time, it's important to avoid getting into the Antichrist game because that is often what folks want. When we're all arguing over who the Antichrist is, then we're in the Antichrist framework. What is it really about? What are the elements of Antichrist energy? What are people trying to say when they call someone the Antichrist?
Well, I think they're trying to say this is what Christ stands for, and this is what its opposite would represent. I mean, at least that's, to me, the down-home logic of it. And that's where I lay out some of Jesus' obvious teachings about justice and the treatment of the poor and the most vulnerable. And of course, the survival of the planet, if you're at all grateful for this planet. To me, Jesus stands for all that. And so an Antichrist, especially in our time, would stand against that, would forget gratitude, would run with hubris and arrogance and hatred for others, the effort to paint Greta or anyone who's working on behalf of the survival of the planet as Antichrist is saying more about the speaker than it is about Greta. And I'm sure it runs off her back like water on a duck. And of course, the word apocalypse has two meanings in Greek. One is the apocalypse, meaning everything coming to an end. But the other is revelation, the unveiling of who these billionaires are. I think that's something we want to pay attention to because they're telling us about themselves and they have a lot of power, especially in the present version of American politics and democracy.
At the beginning of the year, Peter Thiel wrote an op-ed for the Financial Times in which he talked about apocalypse and its Greek meaning as unveiling. And he said that Trump's return to power would be an unveiling of sorts for the United States and really used this sort of Revelations doom language to suggest that everything would be exposed and everything would be revealed, and suggested this would mean the toppling of all of the great institutions of the United States to some degree. And we've certainly seen an effort.
That's the Dark Enlightenment. That's it right there. This is the end time stuff. Right here, they're going to destroy and topple the American government, take away all of the apparatus, the cathedral that helped give power to the people and to the evil Democrats too. And they'll topple all of that and bring in a CEO king. Peter Thiel will be the right hand, the hand of the king, to use a more of a Game of Thrones analogy. He'll really be running the show. Boat people talking to the camera, back to work. Yeah, I saw the boat people talking to the camera before. Wonder what was going on there. Boat people. They are the boat people. That's pretty good, actually. We can refer to them as boat people. Howard would be proud. They are evil and trying to bring forth the apocalypse. Ask the research assistant if they know where the Antichrist will come from. That's pretty funny. Sea hippies. Sea hippies and boat people. All right, let's ask. Any context behind that, or we just stop the boat people? Yeah, I think the IDF is trying its hardest to stop the boat people right now. Where will the Antichrist come from? Please give me a brief opinion on that. Views on where the Antichrist will come from depend heavily on religious tradition and interpretation. Christian theology. The Antichrist is often described as a future political or spiritual leader who deceives humanity, sometimes linked to end times prophecies in Revelations or 2 Thessalonians. Interpretations vary. Some place him from Europe. It's a him. There you go. Evil men. That'd be right. Others from the Middle East, and some see the figure more symbolically. Catholic teaching, the Antichrist is more of a symbol of ultimate rebellion against God, not tied to a specific geography. He's seen as a person, he, again, fucking males, who embodies evil and deception, appearing before the final return of Christ. Islamic perspective, in Islamic eschatology, there is a similar figure called Al-Masih, Ad-Dajjal, the false Messiah who appears before the Day of Judgment. He is usually described as coming from the east, sometimes from Khorasan, a historical region covering parts of Iran, Afghanistan, and Central Asia. Secular view. Many scholars consider the Antichrist a mythological or symbolic figure used historically to label enemies, heretics, or corrupt rulers. There you go. It's just a way to label your enemy and point people that are religiously bent towards that goal. That's interesting. Sea hippies. That's so good. Too much semen on that deck, bro. Hey, I see what you did there. At sunrise, look to the east. Yeah, look to the east. Interesting. Mystery, you still think America isn't a Catholic nation. Listen to these lunatics. So everything to obfuscate the truth about the Pope and... listen to these lunatics do everything to obfuscate the truth about the Pope and the Antichrist. Look, I would say that they're all in league just because all of these agents have great power. The Catholics, the Protestants, people in secret societies, as you've alluded to. People that are just generally wealthy. They all rub shoulders with each other. They all go to the same parties, have the same orgies, go to the same golf courses, check out the same casinos. And they just run the world. Top feed on the flotilla is the all-in. We were cut off earlier, but managed to avoid capture so far. Let's see what she has to say. She's still talking. They're having a good laugh too. They're happy. Spirits are up. Spirits are high. I wonder what they get up onto in this flotilla all in. Hey, young people trapped on a boat together. Turn the camera off. We're going in. Maybe go back a little bit. Oh yeah, that's not a bad idea. Let's check out what she's saying. It's so silent.
Taking people off of those boats. They've made them now the bow, and they're taking them into
Ah, it's rude. It's hard to hear.
They haven't put us on the bow. We've thought about trying to get away, but it doesn't feel possible. I think we might be the last boat to be intercepted. To be maybe you can intercept it. See now, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 vessels, and maybe I can see if this is what they are, like 6, 7, 8, and maybe 9 in total around us. 8, 7, 8. But can you understand?
Interesting. She's giving us live updates. And they're having their morning coffee. Good on them. All right. America had to create its own sect of religion after the Revolutionary War, since the king was the head of the Anglican Church and they wanted the church, but not the king. Mystery, put Revelation 17 up and I'll explain it. Christ. The Bible and heaven is the only truth in the whole universe. Ron, explain you triune Godhead. Revelations 3 to 12 first. I wonder what will happen to all the aid if it gets dumped, and this is a waste of time and resources. Israel handing out the aid could cause more people to die from gunfire. Atheist says no. Right. Are you saying like Revelation 17, is that like an entire book or something like that, or entire section? Are we talking about like one small excerpt? I don't think I'm going to sit here and read an entire like chapter or something. Ron, apologies. No offense. It's not that type of stream today.
To tear those things down. And, Thiel, this would mean the toppling of all of the great institutions of the United States to some degree. And we've certainly seen
the Dark Enlightenment,
an
man.
effort to tear those things down. And, Thiel, the reason we're talking right now is that Thiel is giving a 4-part secret lecture on the Antichrist in San Francisco starting on September 15th. There's definitely lately been this trend of Silicon Valley gazillionaires and venture capitalists publicly proclaiming their Christian faith in a very overt and aggressive way. Yet at the same time, it seems they're mostly focused on evil, the apocalypse, and the Antichrist. It's clear that what they're trying to do is point to others as the Antichrist, but it seems that newer converts to Christianity, or people who suddenly feel the need to profess their faith, should be doing a lot more to talk about Christ himself, the message of Christ, especially those who should be so grateful for all that they have, who have more than anyone else. But Christianity is not really the greatest religion for billionaires necessarily, if you pay attention to the words of Christ. So if Christ came back to Silicon Valley today, what do you think he would say about what he saw? And what do you think he would say to those people who are at the height of power in Silicon Valley?
Well, first, I'd like to respond to your first part, which is really important, and you've led the way in this, in shining the light on this upcoming series on the Antichrist by Thiel in San Francisco, it is significant that a political activist who is a billionaire has his own theology, if you will, and that he's proclaiming these lectures on Antichrist. I mean, that's rather unusual. As you say, he's not a theologian, he's not a priest, but he's there employing this language. And when he said the coming administration would be unveiling all kinds of deep secrets, one of them that is named is the Epstein secret. And here we are right in the middle of that, where the very people who proclaimed a few months ago that they were going to expose the big secrets about Epstein are doing everything they can to cover it up. Back to the subject of what would Jesus say? Well, he was, as you say, he was pretty severe about the power structures of his day. And he continuously in his parables, his stories, his teachings, takes on the power of the affluent, of the powerful. And of course, the very use of the term kingdom of God or kingdom of heaven, which was common to his teaching, he knows he's taking on the Roman Empire, the kingdom of the day. And that's what got him killed at around 30 years of age, which is really very young. Clearly, he's an obstacle to those who don't make a decision of conscience to put whatever resources they have toward a relief of the poor. So Matthew 25, do it to the least, you do it to me. But the whole Peter Thiel theology, and it is a kind of theology, seems to be that the rich people of Silicon Valley are the ones to dictate laws. And in fact, he has confessed that he doesn't believe in democracy anymore. So they want to replace democracy. And that, of course, is happening at many levels in the current administration. I have a whole chapter in my book on the Antichrist about how really behind Jesus' teaching, there is a teaching about democracy because there's a teaching about the equality of all people, that we're all made in the image and likeness of God, and that the poor must be included in the social program of justice and compassion that we're all about. We all participate to make a world that works for everybody. And that was the insight, I think, of the Enlightenment and of the American Constitution, as flawed as it was and is. I think that's the ideal, that somehow we're here to see that all people are treated with respect. So you do have some billionaires, Gates is an example, who are trying to do good things with their money. And then there are others who want to hoard and use the money to put their theocracy to work. And I think that Thiel is one of those. But to think that he's giving a series of lectures on the Antichrist is significant, and we should watch it carefully. I hope there are going to be some people present. I know it's a small group, but hope there's someone there who will tell the truth about what he's saying.
Well, he's overtly tied his interest in the Antichrist to the philosophy of Carl Schmitt, the Nazi jurist and legal theorist, and also to René Girard, who was his professor at Stanford. So it seems like what he's evoking when he talks about the Antichrist is the idea of defining a clear enemy in politics, the idea of how scapegoats are chosen and targeted. You know, Antichrist is often
kind of makes sense with like the attack on the left, or classifying the left as like through the FBI Department of Justice as nihilistic, violent extremists, and like through things like the national security presidential memorandum we saw just the other day. About like anyone who's against American values, then anyone who's against American values, and American values are Christian values and family values and capitalistic values. Anyone who's against any of that stuff is the enemy. So like the reason behind all these lessons about the Antichrist and like taking lessons out of the playbook of the Nazis is have a clearly defined enemy. Make sure everybody knows that you are ideologically opposed to us and our power at any point, which is the opposition of anything that can be constituted as Christian values. And you are public enemy number one. You are public enemy number one. And we're coming to get you, baby. We are coming to get you. And like you can justify some pretty extreme stuff against them as well, right? Extreme violence. Wasn't Jesus a socialist? How dare you? Eh? What an avid claim that is. He was all about free healthcare with those miracles. Also hanging out with your 12 besties. Eh? My God. It's a bit like that, isn't it? Oh, we were speculating on that the other day. Zionism is evil. I'm not a Zionist, says Ron. There it is. We were just speculating on that just the other day. Wasn't that? I think that's what we were talking about. We were trying to figure out whether you were a Zionist or not. Hanging out with 12 besties. And that makes you a socialist. So good.
Often used to scapegoat people throughout history. The Native Americans were considered agents of the Antichrist to the colonists.
Now
Abraham
it's
Lincoln
trans
was considered
Tifa.
the Antichrist to people in the South, and the South was considered the Antichrist by people in the North. So it's often a way to weaponize, scapegoat, and dehumanize your opponent. And with Girard, you also get the idea of mimetic desire, mimetic rivalry. So it does seem like he's able to move others to adopt this framework. And of course, we've seen this framework before. Usually it's the far religious right defining someone on the left or the Democratic side of the spectrum as the Antichrist. And so it's a kind of a dangerous political weapon more than anything. Unfortunately, Thiel's lecture is going to be off the record, secret. So we're not going to know exactly what he says, but when he does speak publicly, he puts it in this framework of what he calls a political theology.
Oh,
And
fuck,
that's
it's happening again. Look at this. They're getting done. All in. We were just hearing them speak as well, and now they're getting taken over. Can you hear the audio? Are they? Are they being raided? Or is that guy just got his hands up because he's trying to balance? Yeah, that looks like a naval vessel, doesn't it? Put your hands up. Here come the Israelis. Eh? My God. Alright, it's going off in the chat today. Ron, you're disrupting things again. Eh? Socialism is pure evil. Yeah, the top left is the deck of All In, and the top right is the out-facing camera. Yeah. And you can you hear the Israeli over the PA? I wonder what happens to them now. So they just sit there waiting for these, like the IDF to come get them. Oh yeah, here comes the little boat coming to collect them. My God, that's crazy. You can see it's coming in hot. Actually, the establishment wants us to think anarchism is far left. when in fact it's far right. Just get taken back to an Israeli port. Ron, answer me this question. Can you just stop with the other stuff that you're talking about? Just answer me this question. Do you care for working people at all? Do you think that they're an interest group that are worth protecting? Some call it the working class. Do you think they're an interest group at all? They aren't the IDF. They're the IOF. IDF is their own term. They're not defending. They are occupying. Interesting. Israeli occupying forces. I see what you did there. Fuck, look at this. You get... Look at that. Look at that, man. That's mental. Oh, all right. This is pretty much piracy, right? I distinctly remember Jesus quoting Marx. It's so good. Ron, answer my question, Ron. Oh, here we go. Mystery, you asked 3 different questions and 3 strange ones. Marxism is anti-human, so perhaps you should be asking yourself those questions. No, this is not about Marxism or anything. What do you care about working people? Do you care about people that have to work for a living to survive? Oh man, the feed's gone. Bastards. Yep, it's kidnapping. It's piracy, man. Imagine how many guns it took to make children terrified to go to school before October 7. Oh my god. Damn. Oh, there goes another one. Hope there's some more live feeds they've got. They're running out of options. Interesting. All right, we'll just keep an eye on it then, shall we? Nah, fuck the workies.
Interesting because it really breaks it down to the idea that politics are based on secularized religious concepts. So it's acknowledging that you don't actually believe in God or Jesus or a literal Antichrist, but that you understand the power of those frameworks and those concepts. And Thiel has actually said too that he is religious but not spiritual, which seems like a kind of a strange thing to say. I take that to mean that he likes the order and the hierarchy of religion without the mystery and the presence of necessarily a literal God. He may have a different...
He likes the order of religion. So yeah, the structure of it that gives people power, but he doesn't like all that mysticism stuff, you know, the spirituality, all that bullshit, that intangible stuff. But the power, give me that for days.
Definition of that, we'd love to hear it, but that seems to be what he's saying. What do you make of very secular forces in Silicon Valley attempting to weaponize religious concepts at this particular moment in American history?
I mean, that's such an interesting statement by Thiel, that I'm religious but not spiritual, because everyone else these days is saying I'm spiritual but not religious. And it's interesting your take on that he's borrowing structures, but of course he's borrowing language, and that's what we've been talking about. And of course, that's a very important dimension to any organization, to any community, is who owns the language, if you will. And so it's confusing. He's trying to confuse it and turn it inside out by using the name Christ, as we talked about earlier. So that's part of it, but it's kind of a war on many fronts. I think also by saying he's religious and not spiritual reveals he's interested in that sociological dimension that religion holds. To keep a community together, you sometimes need to appeal to people's fear of death, therefore to immortality. And by the way, that's a big deal in this whole movement from Silicon Valley. There's some there who think they can buy their way to immortality, and the next achievement of AI will be to make us immortal, or make a few people immortal and able to go to Mars. I wish them well, and bon voyage, and I think Earth will be better off if they make that choice. Yeah, the whole thing is so convoluted, it's kind of hard to get your head around it and to talk about it. But to say that you're not spiritual is quite a statement, especially in today's world. And I think what it means is he's not self-critical. He's not looking for his deepest self or his truest self, that he's satisfied with structures. And he wants to manipulate the structures. And that's what, of course, you can do with a lot of money. It's obvious. You can pay for a lot of vice presidents if you have the cash.
What can people do?
Mystery, I am an evangelicist. So I hope that answers your question. Mystery, why do you subscribe to an anti-human ideology? Mystery, I'm actually somewhat taken back by such a question. I'm wondering why you ask it. I'm not a Catholic or a Republican. That doesn't answer my question at all. And you already are just deflecting. Answer the question. Pay some respect. I spent an entire stream on Friday, like 2 weeks ago, paying you some respect by entertaining some of the stuff that you wanted to watch. At least you can do, Ron, is answer my question. It's very, very simple. Do you care about working people or not? Do you care about the large majority, the overwhelming majority of people on planet Earth that struggle to make a living and get by just raising families, trying to follow a certain value structure like you're talking about, I guess, with your own religious doctrine or moral code? Do you care about these people, the majority of the world's population, that are trying to make their way in the world, who are trying to work for a majority of people, and buy food, shelter, etch out some type of existence with small luxuries here and there so they can enjoy the lives that they have while they have time on planet Earth? Do you care about those people at all? This is not about politics. This is not about your ideology or anything like that. It's got nothing to do with whether I'm Catholic or Republican or whatever. Do you care about these people? Of course I do. That's why it's a strange question. Then what are you doing here exactly in this stream? If you do care about those people, then let me just say this. That is the point of this channel and this stream. All we do care about, and the one thing that ties, the invisible thread that ties us all together, I believe, is that we care about those persons. And that's it. And we are trying to come together as a community of people, a motley crew, a very, very motley crew. And we're trying to assemble some version of solidarity around looking out for the interests of the working people of the world. So, like, if you're going to come in here, just make sure that you are adding value to that cause. That's all. That's all. Because if you do care about that stuff, you're going to have to be a little bit more open. And you're going to have to start talking and interacting with others a little bit more openly than just calling people that you don't agree with or like ideas you don't agree with evil. You have to be a little bit more open-minded than that. If you truly care, as you've said, of course I do, if you truly care about working people of the world, and that's what your religious standing should say, I'm assuming, you should care about the poor, you should care about people that are struggling to get by, you should care about the overwhelming majority of people on planet Earth, then like as long as you are adding value to that end goal, then that's all I am worried about. And that's what I want you to think about when you are interacting with people on this stream. Honestly. Just keep that in mind, please, because that's what we're all trying to work towards here. A world that is better for the working people out there. I care about the truth, which is why when you show something about the Antichrist, I'll give my 2 cents. Okay, but as long as it has some relation to adding value to that core objective, that's it. That's it. If it's not adding value to that somehow and helping us develop all of our collective consciousness here on this stream and adding value to how we can help working people, you're not just in here dividing and chopping people up, then fine. But if it doesn't support the objective, that core objective, then don't add your 2 cents, please. Don't add your 2 cents. We have given you plenty of platform here to add to the conversation. So like I would prefer that you reciprocated. That's all. I honestly want you to reciprocate in that fashion and add value to us. We have taken the time to go across the stuff that you've wanted to talk about. I would like you to pay the same respects. Not just give your 2 cents. That's cheap. I want you to pay the same respects and add to the conversation, honestly. Please.
About this, how can they take action that helps to fight back against this weaponization of religious concepts in politics?
First of all, is becoming aware and educating oneself about what's happening here. It's so interesting that, and it's kind of unique to American politics, I think, that the religion thing gets all wrapped up into the political. And of course, that was predicted years ago, that when fascism comes to America, be wrapped in a flag and with the Bible or the cross. So that's part of this underbelly, I think, the soft underbelly of American culture. So we have to become more critical, and hopefully that's what spirituality means, that you can criticize oneself, but also others, and look deeply into the implications of what is being said here. That's what Antichrist means, that what's being said is taking the language of Christ, but perverting it, turning it inside out. And then to find allies. I mean, you and I are talking about this, and you've been writing about it, and I wrote about it in my way. But find out where our allies are. And there are many people out there who are disturbed by this alliance of far right-wing religion and politics. And it's called even Christian nationalism. And that's such an insult to Christ. But of course, there are periods in history when Christianity went very dark and over the edge. And this is one of those times, potentially, at least. Finding allies and thinking critically, and then organizing and making this part of the discourse. And I'm glad you have the media here, that you're talking about this on air. So it's part of educating and getting into the media, including mainstream media, that this is going on, and religion itself is being abused, and spirituality is being trampled on, conscience is being trampled on, and democracy. I talk about the 3 dark nights that we're living in: dark night of the soul, dark night of democracy, and dark night of Mother Earth, those three dark nights of the soul, I think, are signs of our times. And we should realize they demand something of us. They take us to a deep level of anger, moral outrage, and grief. But how to deal effectively with this outrage. And of course, that's what Gandhi and King and others have done. They've lassoed the moral outrage and used it for something positive, to get something done, and not just to vent all over the walls. And that's where organization.
They've lassoed the moral outrage to get something positive done, eh? As opposed to just venting. A very important insight there, I might find. Very important insight and very timely insight. Christ came with a sword to divide. I appreciate that you give the time. You guys come from a different angle. Humanism is evil in that it is a desire to separate from God. Is that valuable? Have a think about it, Ron. You know my thoughts. You know my thoughts exactly. And if you believe that is adding value, then fine. Do whatever you think is necessary. But I would ask you to pay the same respects that everybody else has paid you already by entertaining and going through your content. Reciprocate and show the same respect. That's all I'm going to say to you.
And thinking and planning is part of the struggle.
I do think there's some reframing that needs to happen. For instance, I've come up with a new word, antichristos. Antichristos are people who seek to weaponize the Antichrist idea in politics for the purposes of greed and political wins. At the same time, I think we should not call it Christian nationalism. I think we could call it anti-Christian nationalism. I don't know why people decide to give up the name of Christ to people who are not actually expressing the principles of Christ. So often we do that, and then it sounds like you're against Christians when you're against Christian nationalism. So it's this sort of satanic inversion, this framing that deceives you into seeming to oppose Christ when you are actually trying to articulate support of the ideas for which Christ stands. So I think that's a very interesting game they play with words, accusing others of being the Antichrist, actually resemble the tactics of the Antichrist.
Very well said. And I love how you're dealing with language there and creating new language, antichristos and antichrist nationalism. Language is at the bottom of this entire movement that's underway.
Who would have thought Christian nationalism is actually the Antichrist? It's works the antithesis of Christian values. It aligns heavily with what exactly fascism really is. And where's the Christian value in fascism? Hard to say.
So go for it. I like that.
Dr. Fox, thank you for joining us today, and we'll talk again sometime.
Thank you, and carry on the fight.
Thank you, Dr.
The Nerd
Fox.
Right podcast is produced and edited by R.R. Robbins. That's me.
It's got devil horns. I get it. That's the Antichrist. I wonder if that's Gilderan's dog or something. That's funny. It's kind of funny and ironic that Ron Ashton was a musician in the band Stooges. That's interesting. Would you like to know more? Here's some fun facts for you. All right. What did you say, Avalava? This is a while ago, actually. Once captured, they will be held captive and taken to Israel to be processed. Oh, right. Where what happens? Then they will be told to sign a document to accept being deported, though that most likely won't. Then they will go through some bureaucratic process and eventually be deported, though it will only be simple and easy for the white folks on board. Snap. Okay, talk about privilege. There it is. There's your privilege. All right, we are going to have a quick break, but there's your Antichrist stuff for you right there. We've been dragging this over 2 days now, and so the Antichrist is coming to get you. It's coming to get you, all right? And it is not what you think it is. I thought, yeah, I really thought before diving into this, the Antichrist was some type of beast or, demonic figure that comes up to consume and devour souls of the living in some type of apocalyptic Armageddon scenario. But the Antichrist is just people or entities that are able to work against the teachings of and the values spread by Christ. And so it is really, really applicable to many things. It can be anyone that is trying to deceive or disrupt the Christian moral code as set by the teachings and the lessons of Jesus. So you can apply that to literally anyone. And in a world that we all know works much in the way that Chomsky described in Manufacturing Consent, but just generally in the way that the ideological superstructure that sits upon the economy, the economic mode works, it helps to reproduce that. You need some enemies to help, ideologically justify the economics and the situations that we live in, the societies that we live in. And so you always need a good enemy if you want to convince people of doing something with any type of zeal or any type of passion. And so if you really want to get people to, I don't know, go to war or like vote or do something that is directly opposite to their class interests, you need a good boogeyman. You need a good enemy on the other side to point out and say, look, if we don't do all of these things that are, they're hard, they're going to be difficult. If we don't do all of these things, you're going to suffer in the future. So let's suffer now. And you need an enemy for that. And the Antichrist is just the same. There's just that trope, that mechanism, that tool in the arsenal of the ruling class, but it can be used with extra power because people place a high value on their religion. And especially evangelical Christians or just general Christians in the US, they're a powerful bloc, they're a powerful interest group. And if you can weaponize their religion to help control them and get them to do things that are beyond their interests as a class, an economic group, then whatever it takes, man, let's adopt the language of the Antichrist to make that happen. So that seems to be the lesson from these streams so far. From these interviews that we've had with Gil Duran. So thank you, Gil Duran. As always, absolute legend. Opening our eyes. So we're going to have a quick break now. We're going to get back to the afters. And then we're going to do some Rome Total War gameplay, etc., etc. And just chill, just chat. Talk about things that have been going on. I'm actually going to take for the afters now. I'm going to start doing this because I have noticed I've missed heaps in Discord in the ask or answer section and the hot takes and bold statement sections. I've missed heaps over the last few weeks at least. So I'm going to have a look at those two sections and maybe we'll take some ask or answer questions out and we'll talk about that in the afters if people are interested. So if you want to stick around for the afters, there seems to be a lively chat going on in the stream chat. So if you want to continue doing that, then please, by all means. But we will be back in a couple of minutes. So please don't go anywhere. Before I do that, because a lot of people disappear during the afters because they got shit on. Or they just don't want to watch Rome Total War, I guess. Let me just say my thank yous to everyone now while I've got you, or most of you. Squeeb89, thanks for your input today. Ninja Nurse, good to have you. Voltateur, Charmaine, Jag, Avalava, keeping the stream chat alive. Indoctrinathan. David was in there for a little bit. 4AS, of course. Dilemmas. Ron coming in there. Stirring the pot. I said Charmaine. I think I've already said Charmaine. Voltateur, good to have you. Cheese Swiss coming in too. I think I've got everyone. Yes, I think I have got everyone from the last part of the session anyway. Squeeb, the afters, man. This afters is basically I'll play Rome and we'll just talk about stuff. I think Larp Jeff was in here earlier as well. If I missed you, I just can't go too far back in the chat. So thank you everyone for your interaction. But yes, if you want to stick around for more, look, they're getting done. Some more people. The IDF have come back. What a timely moment. Look at that. Let's see if we can get the audio on. They're getting walked out. Fuck, it's coming real fast now, isn't it? They're just picking off the boats one by one now, like in quick succession. I guess they're too close now to the coastline. Captain Nikos? That's another Greek name, I guess. Captain Nikos. Pirates, pirates, pirates. Fuck. You can hear the PA in the background. There's another one. Another one goes down. Another one bites the dust, ladies and gentlemen. There it is. Another one bites the dust. All right. Hold tight. We'll be back. Rome, total war. Oh, we got Fair Lady still going. Captain Nikos is gone. Yeah, let's do some Rome Total War. Can't believe we've been streaming already for 3 hours. 3.5 hours almost. Already afters time. I'm just closing down the flotilla thing because I don't know if it's going to handle it. My computer, that is. So if anything happens on the flotilla, please let me know in the stream chat or something, and I'll bring it back up. But yeah, my computer doesn't really handle multiple things. Ron, I'm not speaking to you until you take time to consider what I was speaking to you about before. Like I said before, just show some respect, please. Ah, there we go. Let me turn that down. Let's do this. General. You know what else is? I forgot that there's stuff going off in the hot takes and ask or answer section in Discord. I'm gonna check that out. See if there's any gold in there. We should be mining that for podcast stuff as well for us. We're actually filming a podcast tonight, I think, right? Woosa, Mr. E. I'm on fire today, Jag, as you can tell. I'm fired up. Watching the ADF. The pirates. The pirates of the Mediterranean. It's got me all fired up, bro. Sorry, IOF. The Israeli occupying forces are inside. Oh, no way. I just shut it down as well. What was the link that I was using before? Let me find out. They're inside the cabin. Let's have a look. Oh, yeah, they are. Holy shit. Let's see what they're saying. Captain Nikos intercepted. Nothing. That's sad. Do. Windowed, yes. Good. Continue. Mystery, drop the link to your pod. I need some socialism on the bus to work. There it is. All right. Oh, 4S has already beaten me to it. There you go. All right, here we are. Set this up so I can see the chat at the same time. All right, so who's hanging out for the afters today? Who we got? I got a few people hanging out here. I got about 10 people potentially viewing this. Now, ask or answer. Let's see what we've had recently. I think we had a good one from Voltator. At what point, when was this? 15th of the 9th. This is a while ago. At what point, here I put this question to you, anyone who's hanging out for the afters. At what point under a socialist economic system does currency, e.g. the US dollar, become unnecessary? It's an interesting question, I might add. A very interesting question. Ooh, burp. There we go. Here, we're looking at your stuff on Ask or Answer. Always lurking. Convo here is way better. There's some good questions in there. I know. I can't believe I just look at the content corner. I don't even look at Talk It Up. I'm like, shit, I should have been questioning that. There's some good questions in there. Yeah, okay, so this is the question for the afters. If you're hanging around and you're interacting, you're going to have to get down with this. Can you see that question there? At what point under a socialist economic system does currency, e.g. USD, become unnecessary? That's a $1 million question, that is, no pun intended. Oh, they're hanging out still. The IDF. Still hanging out. Rummaging through people's belongings like the good pirates that they are. Hey. Here's to the pirates, eh? Long live the pirates of the Caribbean, of the Mediterranean, sorry. So yeah, that's the question that I posed to you. Does anyone have any ideas on that, actually? What happens to money under socialism? I've heard David Harvey speak about this one quite a bit. There's some good questions in there. That's way above my pay grade. Friday stream. You'd have to dismantle SWIFT, I reckon. Maybe the EU1 could be the first step to where you could plan the economy. Interesting. Yeah, here's my 2 cents on this one. I think I've earned it. I've paid my respects to workers past, present, and emerging, and I'm going to give my fucking 2 cents on this one. I don't think it's conclusive that you could actually have socialism without money, actually. Because I think markets are fundamentally a way in which you can exchange goods. That's it. Like the free market is like code for capitalism, and capitalism is a economic system of commodity production. Now, commodities are values that are made for sale or exchange, not for consumption. Just to get all technical on you. And so capitalism produces commodities. That's how that system of production works. It makes things just so they can be exchanged. That doesn't mean exchange doesn't happen in any other society or any other type of mode of production. It's just that we use money to trade commodities in capitalism. So remember, a commodity is something that you make. You make stuff for sale on the market as opposed to producing things just for the sake of them being consumed. So if you're able to take things off the market, then you would need money less and less to help circulate things in the economy. So let me just give you a more solid, tangible example of what I'm thinking about there. Let's just say that if you lived in some type of socialist future, where the means of production, because this is my definition of what socialism is. It's not social democracy where you have like free healthcare, or you have a social security, or like you have a good progressive tax system or something like that, where like the rich people are taxed 95% of their wealth, and people at the bottom end are taxed like nothing or something like that. That's all like social democracy as I see it. Socialism for me is when the workers control the means of production. So potentially you have like a syndicalist system. So you have a system where the workers control their workplaces because there's a conglomeration of unions in a particular sector of the economy or in a particular industry, and those workers decide what to do with the value that that industry or that part of the economy produces. They get to make a choice. That's socialism. We have workers somehow in control of the economy. Some people do socialism via having a centralized workers' party. So you just have all of the workers out there that are involved in the political system, and so they make all the choices. But it's kind of hard. And like critics of kind of the Bolshevik revolution were kind of like, well, how do you get to decide who's a worker and who's not? Who's the evil bourgeoisie and who's the pure and lovely workers out there? And like, what happens to people like the kulaks? The kulaks were like kind of peasants, but they own their land, so they were wealthy landowners. And like, how did the Bolsheviks decide whether they were the bourgeoisie or workers? Because they worked the land, but they also owned their own means of production, so technically they were bourgeoisie. So it gets really messy how to decide, if you've reached, like if you're a socialist, if you've got it in a socialist society, who gets to be a worker and who doesn't. So like it might be easier just to, like through unions and people that actually work, you allow them to control the economy and control politics. Now, that's a bit of a tangent, but in a society, like a potential future socialist society, let's just say you had housing. You could just take housing off the market. Let's just say that we followed through with the UN human rights, like the actual human rights charter that everyone agreed on. Housing is a goddamn human right. So if you take housing off the market and everybody gets a house that's delivered by your nation, your state, whatever community or group that you live in, everybody's provided a house, then in a socialist world, everybody would be provided with a place of residence free of charge. Like you would get something from the system, from the people that produce the housing. They would make a certain level of their stock. They would plan. So when they produce housing, they can provide enough for everybody to have a place to live outside of the market. But that doesn't mean there won't be a market. There could still be a market out there for, like, I don't know, high-end housing, or like housing of a particular type, like housing under the sea, or like high-rise living. Maybe some people just like to live really high, so they have awesome views of stuff. And so there would still be housing on the market. And so there would still be need for money because people would want to trade housing on the market. However, like you would have the idea of everybody needing to have a house because it's a goddamn human right. You would have that provided off the market as well. So there would be a balance, I think, between what is provided on the market and what is provided because everybody deserves to have a decent place to live. And so I don't know if you would actually eradicate money altogether in a socialist society. That is just my 2 cents on that issue, because I think markets exist anyway. Like in slave societies, there were markets and there was money circulation. In feudal times, there was markets and circulation. On the peripheries, like between nation states, people traded and they used coins and currency to kind of settle debts that they couldn't use exact barter for. So they still used money here and there. But like the important thing, I think, would be in a society where the workers, I guess, control the economy, they wouldn't be working for profit primarily. They would be producing not simply commodity production. They wouldn't just be making housing, again, as an example, just so it could be sold on the market. They would potentially be producing housing because there is a need for housing. Like people actually use housing. It's actually got a value outside of its market value. I live in a house because I'm a human and I could freeze at night. Or like maybe I would burn to a crisp in the sun on a hot day. Like if I'm exposed to the elements to a certain degree, like it doesn't really work for me. So like I need shelter. And so there is a actual need outside of the market for me to have housing. And so if socialism would be anything and workers start to take over and they're not producing primarily for profit, but for some social purpose, because they're coming together and trying and planning economics, they're planning what needs to be produced and not what needs to be produced for sale specifically, then maybe you could eliminate elements of the market being the entirety of decision-making processes, and you could have kind of a balance between both. But then I would say that, like, if you move beyond socialism to like a communistic level, like you wouldn't even really need kind of markets anymore, because the idea, I think, behind reaching like actual communist society is the idea that there's a general level of abundance. There's so much abundance that like kind of people just take what they want, based on their needs, and then they provide what they can as well based on their skills or what's available to them. So like, I don't know. I would like to know people's thoughts on this one. It's an interesting topic of conversation, but like, how would you deal with money in a socialist society? Let's read through some of these comments here. Then you go from market socialism to more planned. Go back to trading for gems. They are more portable. We'd have to have a global system for a system with no currency to be implemented, because so many countries have capital in each other's countries. Yes. Yeah, the system would have to be global, definitely. Just trade the items produced with your labor in exchange with others. Resource-based economy. RBE, the Venus Project, turn my head toward that. A take one scenario, will not a literal holiday. The core idea of take one aligns with the RBE's goal of providing access to resources and goods for everyone, ensuring that basic needs are met for a higher quality of life rather than profit or exchange. Money is still store and exchange of wealth. Yeah, I agree. Remember, regulation needs bureaucrats. Those people are themselves workers. Yeah, it's an interesting point, actually. And yes, money is a store of wealth as well as an element of exchange of wealth. I think a common things I hear in response would be, how would one be wanting to help build a home or help produce necessities for others? Good question. Only way to reduce government size and regulation, allow builders to build and workers to not pay income taxes to afford their houses. Allow builders just to build and workers not to pay income taxes. Yeah, I guess that would help, actually. Chatpile has a great song called Why. Why do people have to live outside when there are buildings all around us with heat and no one inside? Why do people have to live outside? Why have the resources? We have the means. And I think that's what it's about as well. In this stage of industrial society, to answer a question by, I think it's a follow-up by Voltaire. I think common things I hear response would be, how would one be wanting to help build a home or help produce necessities for another? Well, like the point is, and we've spoken a bit about this in this stream, is like, for instance, there are heaps of houses around that are vacant. So like, we actually have the productive capacity to provide housing beyond what is actually needed by the population to house the population. And we could potentially even just reclaim stuff. Like we could use people that are in the industry of, housing people, like real estate agents. There could be a consortium, of real estate agents, who unionize and figure out a way to plan to use the housing stock that we already have to better house people, so you don't have homeless people on the streets while there are vacant houses out there. So there would be a difference in the property relations there, and I think that would be inherent in a society where socialism is an actual thing. You wouldn't have private property relations or property relations that are solely based on like the bourgeois notion of like, I own this is mine and I can hoard it. You might have a different style of property relation there, where like people don't hoard houses anymore. Like, because that is a requirement. It's a human right for everyone to have a house. And so you can't hoard houses where there are people that are homeless. And that may be something that comes as a result of workers owning their means of production, as opposed to like people trying to profit off housing production and housing provision, not just the production of housing, but how it's provided to the populace. Could you imagine a useful real estate agent? Yeah, could you imagine like real estate agents that actually did something like they're completely like beholden to the profit machine. But like, could you imagine real estate agents that actually managed real estate? Like their job was just managing the collection of housing that has been produced out there already, like the supply of housing that we already have, plus managing more supply of housing. Like, could you imagine if they managed real estate? They didn't just like seek to help some capitalists out there or group of capitalists just constrain supply in order to boost their prices. Some regulations are needed, but in Australia's case, it's way over the top. We also have over 100 taxes in Australia, less federal, more state power. Rumour houses are the new craze that's picking up. Housing crisis is a symptom. The government is the disease. Interesting. I'd say it's the market that's the problem. We used to have strong public housing in Australia, and so there was a bit of a difference. And it actually kept the private housing provision in check a little bit because people had a fallback if necessary. And so like it balanced it out. And so like housing didn't go out of control either because people had a fail-safe. But now like people are desperate on all fronts. It helps warp the market a little bit. Regulation needs bureaucrats. Those people are themselves workers. And let them unionize them. Let them control the economy or their section of the economy. Let them control the work that they do. And they might decide to make it way more efficient as well, because like they're not just sticking to a 9 to 5. They work as much as they need to get everything done. I have a sour relationship with real estate agents. I used to tell the young nurses I worked with during COVID, you don't see people standing on their balconies clapping for a bunch of real estate agents. Yeah. The UK government's housing scheme was a good one till rent to buy was introduced. Far out. Eh? That was it, right? That was the neoliberal agenda. That was like the neoliberal agenda. It was Margaret Thatcher that brought that in. She was like, there is no more society, just a group of individuals. You can buy your own house, privatize the housing market. And like the UK kind of had it sorted. And like, look at them now, like all the race riots that you see going on, or like anti-immigration, I shouldn't call them race riots. That might offend some people, but like all the anti-immigration stuff that you see, like people are overwhelmed and they don't think there's enough housing for their own people, and there's a destruction of their culture kind of thing. If there was actual, like they had good local government systems for housing there, like local governments provided public housing, social housing. If they kept some of those systems, they probably wouldn't be as outraged at the moment as they are. Because like the rich have come in, or people with means have come in and just constrained the supply and bought everything up. And now they're all being squeezed out of the market. No one can buy houses there, let alone even afford to rent there. So it's the working people that get absolutely hammered in that situation. Stream chat. Oh my God, these people, Auntie Donna. Stop for a quick 2-minute video about real estate agents. Auntie Donna comes up on my feed on TikTok and stuff like that. These guys are fucking hilarious. They're random as hell, but they are pretty funny. I got to give it to them. Like, it's really outrageous kind of comedy from these guys. Let's have a look at this. Let's see what you got there. Indoctrinate them.
Hi, welcome to 49 Creswick Court, Warrandyte, a beautiful secluded part of paradise. I'm Steve from Barber Ridge Real Estate. I'm a massive cunt. Let's take a look inside.
Here we are in the spacious, light-filled living area. It's open plan and flows directly into this generously appointed kitchen. But just wait until you see the 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and I'm a cunt.
Tasteful renovations have taken this mid-century gem and turned it into a thoroughly contemporary family home. Come down and see for yourself at an open inspection and experience our service that has won us Cunt of the Year for 3 years running at the Outer Eastern Real Estate Awards, or as we like to call them, the Cunties.
I'm a cunt. I am a cunt. And I'm a useless cunt.
Look at my white pants. Oh, what a cunt I am.
Hey, let's check out the living area.
Rental
And
tenant.
if you're a real estate agent
Have you cut
watching
it
and
off?
thinking, gee, I work with a fair few cunts, you're probably right. There's lots of cunts in real estate, but also, without a shadow of a doubt, you are one of the biggest cunts walking the face of this earth. Let's have a look at the bathroom.
I'm a cunt.
With all new modern fixtures, this property is ready to move into today.
Great job with this property, mate.
Yeah, thanks,
really
cunt. Thanks,
fantastic.
cunt.
Thanks, cat. Very good. Yeah, they're coming up on my feet a bit, those guys. They're pretty funny. Very good, very good. Yeah, keep an eye on that stream chat. LOL, we're watching Auntie Donna. Yeah, good question, actually. Oh, wait, you mean there's a follow-up. What specific idea of policy would you prioritize if people elected you into government? Like, wait, what type of government are we talking about here? Like, I'm moving into the existing bourgeois political system. Like, let's just say I headed up some type of workers' party or something and was voted into power right now. Is that what you mean? And like, what would I prioritize? Is that what you mean? Are the government supersized? Supersized housing is just an allowance towards private rentals? Government subsidized housing is just we sold our piles and wires, similar, but our wires aren't human right. Housing kind of feels like it is. Exactly. Okay, so like in a bourgeois system, in the exact system that we've got at the moment. Okay, yeah, look, my first policy would be something, that's why I talk about housing all the time. Like, people do find housing to be in crisis at the moment. There's a housing crisis. I would start making public housing. I do believe that if you're going to do capitalism, honestly, if you want to stick with capitalism, fine, but you got to do capitalism right. And like this belief, this neoliberal kind of dogma that the market needs to stay out of the economy, the government needs to stay out of the economy, is completely fucking ludicrous. The market does not exist without the state to regulate it in the interest of the market, and also provide all of the things that the market doesn't find profitable. It's just the way of the land. It's not a problem, but it's just like, let's just call a spade a fucking spade here. If the market doesn't want to spend money on defense because it doesn't want to have a standing army to protect its interests from other nations coming in, and pirates coming in and taking their shit, then like the state steps in where the market doesn't, to provide that service to the population, to allow the market to exist in the first place. Like, as well, like, let's say America reaches a crisis, and this is a crisis in America of healthcare, where like more people start dying than they are being replaced, and the Americans run out of like people to serve in the armed forces, or run out of people to populate their shops and like work in their industries and work in the economy, or add value to the economy, because their healthcare is so poor. And like people just don't even make it to a decent age, and they go backwards. They can't even meet their replacement levels anymore. And that crisis reaches a point of no return, then that means the market is failing to deliver healthcare to the people in America. And so you need the government to step in and provide some type of socialized healthcare to subsidize the fact that the market isn't providing healthcare to most Americans. So for the most part, Americans have been able to live with, pretty shitty healthcare system provided by the market because, hey, there's enough Americans to make the system work over there. There's enough Americans that, there's a few people died from shitty healthcare, and there's a lot of people that go without because of the private healthcare system. Hey, we got enough Americans, but they might be coming to a crisis point at the moment in America where actually their healthcare system is a drag on their demographics, and they might not be able to replace their populations at the moment. And so they're going to have to think about socialized healthcare system where the government steps in to provide healthcare because the market won't do it. So I would be doing policies like that. I would be making sure that there are proper and robust social safety nets, because capitalism is incredibly, or bourgeois society is incredibly short-sighted. It only thinks about, the next few years in terms of profit, and doesn't think about the effect that chasing profit will have on the longevity of your society. And a lot of the times it kills itself, or it gets in the way of itself, what Marx would call contradictions, I guess. It stops itself from being able to reproduce itself in the future. And so you have to kind of help capitalism along. So, I would be providing universal healthcare. Absolutely. You need to see a doctor, you need to go get something done. And I mean anything. You've got any ailment, anything, it's fully covered by the government. That takes the pressure off the market. Takes pressure off the market, and then you can use capitalism for other shit, I don't know, providing everyone with a fucking iPhone or something like that. And so if health is taken care of, if you have a healthy population, then fine, you can do other shit with that, because then they can all produce value somewhere else for you to fucking profit off. And I also believe in the ideas of Keynesianism. I'm not saying Keynes specifically, but I'll say Keynesianism, because I think people conflate the two things. Keynes had some particular ideas, but Keynesianism was the idea of, government spending. If I was in power in Australia right now, what I'd be fucking doing? I would be spending whatever it takes, hundreds of billions of dollars, don't give a shit, get the AUKUS money back and spend it on this high-speed rail network around Australia. Connect the entirety of the East Coast, connect East and West. I don't care how costly it is. I don't give a fuck. Spend the money on massive infrastructure projects. Don't get me wrong, you can spend a lot of money on our resources too. We could nationalize our industry. I think that would be great. So our resource industry, so nationalize our coal production, our gas production, all of the rare earth minerals that everyone wants to get their hands on, nationalize all of that shit, and value capture that within Australia. But fucking high-speed rail all over the country. This is the place where you can have high-speed rail, and then that would put less of dependence on private vehicles for everything. And you could actually open up the country. There's a lot of conjecture in Australia about the idea that it's just a series of capital cities that are dispersed in this sea of nothingness. If you put high-speed rail up and down the eastern coast of Australia, you'd open up the entirety of the eastern coast of Australia for development, and people could spread out a little bit, and that would relieve the pressure on housing costs in major cities, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I'd be doing massive infrastructure programs. To hell with the cost. It'll pay itself back. You just have to think about you won't get those payments up front. It'll take generations. It'll take decades. Sorry, not generations, decades to get that money back potentially. Infrastructure all the way, social safety net, housing and healthcare, free water, free electricity, free internet. All of those things should be fucking human rights as well, if you ask me, just my opinion. And lastly, education. In an advanced industrial society, I think you do actually need to have a good pipeline for whatever the economy needs. And like in the capitalist world at the moment, I guess you need a lot of people that are technically skilled, like engineers, I guess. You need a lot of engineers. You need a lot of people with, I guess, some type of computer science background, if that's the way that the world is going, to be enmeshed in like the new AI revolution and all that sort of stuff. I guess that's where you need value. You need people that are producing value for, like, you know, entities like the old CSIRO, like helping advance scientific endeavor and scientific rigor. Like that sort of stuff, we should be channeling and subsidizing that type of education, where are the gaps in the economy and where there is scientific progress to be made. I think that we should be channeling our funds towards that type of stuff. Now, like, you know, most, I guess you would say bourgeois economists were like, how are you going to fucking pay for all that shit? I don't know. I don't give a fuck. But the idea that like we implement austerity measures so we can get more loans from whoever to pay for this shit. Like, I don't buy that. I think that is just a neoliberal trap. I think we've got our own reserve bank and we can produce our own money. If we can bail people out and spend money on like stimulus programs during COVID and stuff like that, we can print money and bail ourselves out. And like, as long as we direct it properly towards infrastructure projects, social safety nets, all that sort of stuff, then it's not frivolous spending. It's not frivolous at all. It's intentional spending, and like we'll reap the rewards in the future. We just have to put up with it now. Avalava, oh yeah, baby. Mr. E wants to open Australia right up, get some development right in here to pump the economy so hard it will squirt with a better society. It sounds hot, so hot, so hot right now. We have education. What didn't they teach? Well, fuck, I missed heaps in the chat while I was going off on a little rant there. If you had executive order type powers, I hereby declare, in your system, what would become of people who are unable to create value? That's interesting. Well, like, I guess we have a lot of those types of people already, right? We have like students and old people or retired persons. They're captured by the social safety net, I guess. So like they are supported. I'm not sure if that was in specific relation to something that I was saying earlier, though. I'm sorry. Squeeb, government should maintain quality in offering housing, not increase quantity only. Yeah, quality of housing is important only, and thus reduce quality. We get row houses or low quality, or opposite, ultra high. Quality over quantity, 100%. The government gets out of everyone's pockets and lives. The market decides. Market isn't sentient. It just optimizes what you put in. Not getting healthcare to people. It's because it's optimizing, reducing the cost base. Dilemmas. Remember when a household could survive on one wage with 2-story house and 2 cars and a holiday, with basic factory job? Yeah, that seems like a long time ago. Change the incentive and the market will readjust. And a car costs as much as a house. Dilemmas. I would like to see some sort of law in the form of using taxes to try and move away from cheap plastic goods. Help create a system of repair and renewable goods to minimize waste. See, I haven't touched on anything like environmental, and like, I'm just going to say it, and like, don't take any offense to this or take it in the wrong context, but like, environmentalism is kind of ideological in the relation to like the way that the economy works in the moment in capitalism. If you cover people's expenses like housing, like their basic human rights, the stuff we went through before, right? Then people give a shit about protecting the environment because like they won't feel like they're completely under the pump and like all they can focus on is trying to survive in this crazy world with the cost of living crisis. But if you give them all of these things, they'll actually start to do things like you're talking about, Volster, where they want to bring in laws that actually capture and serve and protect the environment. And like that's a good thing. And then we'll progress as a society from that point. But like, I think you've got to cover the economic basis for people, and then they will start to turn to more progressive ideas on things like the economy and all that sort of stuff. But like if they're doing is worrying about like the stress, the siege mentality of trying to struggle to stay alive in capitalism, they'll never take on progressive laws and ideas like environmental protection or social stuff. I often argue that maintaining a healthy workforce in the bourgeois is in the bourgeois' best interest. Yes, that's why they should really be advocating for universal healthcare. Yes, and like there's a really interesting thing if you read like Capital Volume 1, like Marx talks about how the capitalist class went to the English government at one point, the UK government, and was just like, look, we're killing our own workers with 16-hour days and like the horrendous working conditions, and we're realizing that there's less and less people. There will be less and less people in a generation's time if we kill all the children that are working now. Can you help us out, please? And they went to the government and asked for regulation, and so the government regulated. But they were like, we can't do it ourselves. We can't stop the 16-hour workday. We can't stop employing children. We can't stop using dangerous chemicals that kill our workers because, hey, profits, baby. But if you regulated it, then we'd all have to do it together. You better be taxing our resources properly. I'm pretty sure I covered that part. I mentioned that. I swear I did. No, I actually even talked about nationalizing our resources. Actually, so we capture all the value, and then we can capture tax on it again when we sell it to people with sales taxes. Creating value at the expense of health, of society, and the environment is morally wrong, in my opinion. Yeah, fair enough. Yes, but if the hold of wealth itself also gains value, then what you said, dilemmas, isn't complete picture. Sell off our gas and buy back in market value. Or build a third Parramatta. Australia has a lot of raw resources to produce a lot of good quality infrastructure if resources are managed properly. I heard someone once say society grows great when engineers are in charge and fall when lawyers take over. How fucking crazy is that? Like, you know my opinion on that. I think bourgeois society is lawyer society, not merchant society. It's actually a society riddled with lawyers. And so, yeah, when the engineers, this is the difference. Like, there's democracy versus technocracy. The bourgeois love democracy because it helps them hold political sway and political control. But when the engineers, the technocrats take over, maybe they'll start planning. They might plan in the wrong direction, but they'll start planning. Tech bros are engineers, and we see how that's going. Yeah, and they think that we should be moving towards technocracy, which is the dark enlightenment, I would argue. They want technocrats to run society, like a CEO king gets to make the call. But like, you know, they might actually run the economy better than a bunch of bourgeois types. You never know. They might. Preach, comrade. Yeah. Education, infrastructure, health. There it is. Basis for economic growth right there. Yeah. Could you imagine a world without lawyers? Lionel Hutz, so good. Yeah, it sounds like modern monetary theory. Yeah. Well, like they're trying to figure out how to work with capitalism. But like my caveat on all of this is like capitalism always devolves back into capitalism. So you can put in these robust structures, right? It's the most robust structures ever. And capitalism will just find a way of eroding all of that over time. Yeah, the more educated minds that are developed through childhood while being well fed and housed would do nothing but increase possible new technological advancements, which is producing more value for the system. And then everyone profits off that, like profit in this, not the ideological sense, like profit, like they get money out of that. Like that's money, that the capitalists would get more money out of that. Land release in Newcastle going cheap, buy now and fund super. Yes. Yeah, could you imagine? Like speculating all of the land that possibly could be in the way of like a high-speed rail link. And like, goddamn. Has anyone seen Paradise or Oblivion? No. Peach for the dyslexics. Dyslexics love peaches. Peaches, 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 peaches. Yeah. The teachers of peaches, indeed. It's more around the idea of where does equity or equality come from if people aren't part of the working/value creating class. Oh, right. e.g. disabled, do they get to benefit the same extent as working people? Well, like if workers were in charge of the economy, if we're going back to socialism now, which I think you might be talking about there in Dr. Nathan, like I don't know if they would be making systems that just benefit working people only and everybody else will die, like kind of thing. I don't know if they would be doing that. I think they would understand that working people have, families and live in communities, and there are people like, disabled persons or persons that don't create value, and they'd want to protect those people with their economic policies and their decisions about how to produce things. I think they'd want to look after the communities that they're from, because not everything is about the economy. They're not just workers, they're also family members, brothers, sisters, mums, aunties, uncles, dads, whatever. Australia is a resource extraction based economy, not a production or consumer based. Yeah, but that doesn't have to be like that. Just because we've decided to be a hole in the ground doesn't mean we can't be a production economy. 100% we could be. We could help process the stuff that we tear off the earth. Anyone who's worried about climate and isn't pro-nuclear isn't a serious person. A Coke can size of uranium gives enough energy for an entire lifetime. Don't think Mr. E listed food as a right. So they get house and internet but no food. I didn't actually, did I? I just talked about like water, electricity, internet, housing, but I didn't say food. Yeah, that's actually funny, isn't it? I assume Apple will cost $20 in this new world. That's fucking hilarious. Yeah, actually, you know what? I guess food is a human right, isn't it? I better put that on the list. Taxation isn't theft, but inflation is. Yeah, you said that one before. Dilemmas. Are tech bros actually engineers or marketing advisors? Well, like, look at, I don't know, Mark Zuckerberg. He's a fucker. He's not a marketer. He can't even talk properly. He's just a coder. Capitalism sounds like that ex that messages you at 2 o'clock in the morning. You up? Fathers, sisters, mums and daddies. I know that reference. You haven't been to market until you've been to patties. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, hyperinflation. So like when it eats up everyone's savings, is that what you mean? Yeah, I was more wondering if they would be on a UBI-like system, or they would have a share in the system to create value for the rest of us. I don't know. I think they would just be protected. Like if you didn't, let's just say you couldn't produce value, but like you didn't have to, as Squeeb has pointed out, you didn't have to buy food if you didn't need to. You didn't have to buy housing. You didn't have to pay energy costs. You didn't have to buy like water, electricity or energy costs, internet even. Like the only other things would be commodities on the market, like, getting things like laptops and cars and like all that sort of stuff. So like most of your costs would be, I guess, taken care of. You're right. Like there would be certain things that you wouldn't be able to have access to, but there would be less of a need for things like UBI because things are taken off the market. And that's why I fucking hate UBI. You've probably heard me talk about UBI before. Like I think it's a trap. A massive trap, especially in a techno-feudal world. Oh yeah, just give them all money, and then like that'll solve everyone's problems. Like yeah, right, yeah, money will solve our problems. We need like shit. We need stuff. Like take housing off the market, take all these things off the market. So like UBI will mean nothing if it's just divided up amongst a bunch of mega corporations that use that to fuel their profit margins. Cost of a AAA game goes up to $500. Mr. Remover, turn me off UBI. Especially when I found out it's a Milton Friedman idea. Isn't that funny? Like he was just like, because he's such a libertarian, he was just like, get rid of all government, all regulation, turn it all off, and then just give everybody some money, and then that'll make the market system work better. Just give everybody money, and then they'll decide they'll vote with their dollars, and then like the market will do better actually that way. Cut everything, all government services, all regulation. Like I think he was thinking like apart from like the military and stuff like that, but he was like, yeah, get rid of all that shit, get rid of all of it, and like just give everybody a bit of money, and yeah, the market will decide for them because they'll all have a bit of money, and they'll vote with their dollars, baby. Let the new home buyers, let's let new home buyers, but with $0 down. I believe the US tried that when in 2007. That's when that system really went off. That's fucking hilarious. Squib. UBI won't work. People need incentives to create more wealth than they consume. Look, it would just sit wrong with me if someone is kept on the basic market and not have the same access as others because something they can't help. Yeah, but like, again, yes, you're right, 100% right. But like, if the market is more of a safety net as opposed to like the basic market, as in like, it's not, okay, if you can't afford housing, then you live in a shoebox. Like, it's still quality. It's good stuff. This is like our public health system. Like, you don't think that just because you can't afford private healthcare that you get shitty service from your doctor. No, you can still go to a really good doctor as long as they bulk bill. Like, you should be able to still get access to stuff that everybody else can get access to as well. It's not going to just be like, yeah, you get a shitty house because you can't fucking afford to buy one on the market. That's the problem of capitalism. Capitalism, in the neoliberal sense, has starved the beast. It has deliberately defunded government social safety nets. So then everyone's like, oh, wow, I better get private health insurance. I better buy my own house because look at how shitty public housing is. I'm not saying that we should endorse, like, housing at any, like, on any level. Like, it needs to be quality. It needs to be quality. Imagine a system where AAA games were made because the amount of people needed to make the game actually wanted to have their ideas come to life. NDIS is give people money instead of help. It's like minimum wage. It's just the floor. Can get above that. Floor of housing is a shoebox. You get one. If people were less stressed and had good quality food and environment, we wouldn't need as many doctors. Yeah, right? Because that's what, if you provide for people to a certain degree and give them their vitals, it actually puts less pressure on the economy and absorbs some of that capital, reopens that capital to be used elsewhere. If we waste like billions of dollars fixing people's health problems because we don't look after them properly in the first place, like imagine all of the billions of dollars we spend on sick people that we could reinvest into fucking a high-speed rail network. You know? Imagine that. What a waste of resources that is. The NDIS was originally designed to help the most vulnerable in our society. Unfortunately, poor management led to a system being exploited. The system has the potential to work, just needs reform. Yeah, and like most things, there's usually a bunch of petty capitalists in there that get in there and fucking extort the system. Definitely extort the system. Cool, 5% deposit for a loan that you won't be able to service because you couldn't even save the 20%. Okay, man, take it off the market. You don't need a deposit if housing's not on the market. If you want to spend on housing, go for it. I'm sure there's a market for you somewhere. Again, it's like our version of public healthcare. We have public healthcare system that's being absolutely abused, but we have a public healthcare system and it can work. And you can choose to go to private health insurance if you want, but you don't need to. I think it's important to have that safety net there. Stop asking snot-nosed consultants from the Big Four to give their input on such important programs. See, I didn't think you should have to work to have the same share in the system as everyone else. We have more than enough people and resources to buy everyone what they need and a pony. So why not? Yeah, look, and I think we could get there. But like this, I think this formulation though if we're talking about the socialism one or the bourgeois society one, I'm not sure, but the bourgeois one was like, how do we improve bourgeois society or work within a bourgeois political system? The socialism one was like, people will still want to work, and I think people actually derive a lot of their meaning in life from their work. So like, if people want to work and they have access to money and they can buy stuff that people that don't have access to work or don't work, or choose not to work, they don't have access to that. Like, that's just, so be it, kind of thing. I think once you get to that sort of society, that all of this would be meaningless because money would have a very different role to play in the economy. I think the amount of people who can work, who will choose not to, is negligible. Again, that's pure speculation. Who the fuck knows? Maybe if people lived in a world where they were liberally able to choose and they had decision over, like they were involved in the decision-making process because they own the means of production as workers, people might actually work more because they feel like they are in ownership and they're not just working because they're a slave to the system somehow. People resent work under capitalism because they know it doesn't work for them. But if they lived in a world where their work and their value production added to something like a greater good or society, or they felt like they were in control of the value that they were producing, they might actually work more. They might be incentivized to work, actually. In your ideal system, would there be more things provided for those who contribute more, or equal everything for everyone? Well, again, it's not like equal everything for everyone. In like my ideal system, would be something akin to like a communistic form of living. Like when you reach a stage where the technology is so amazing, everything's abundant. So like, you actually don't have to produce anything if you don't want to. Like, it's almost like that. Like, people have brought up the example of, fuck, what's that sci-fi? It's really popular. Fuck. Like, they just go around space and they just like do missions and stuff like that. Star Trek. Like in Star Trek, there's like technology where you need something and like you press a button or something, and this, like you want a coffee, you press a button and the machine makes the coffee or something. Like in a system where technology produces like superabundance, where you can really have anything that you want at your disposal at any time, like within reason. Like if everybody wants a picture, like the same painting of the Mona Lisa, like that's not going to happen. But like for the most part, if people could just have kind of what they needed to, because you live in a society with true abundance, then like, I guess you could argue that it's like kind of equal in that sense, because everyone could have anything, really, if they wanted to. And so, yeah, my ideal system would be something more akin to like a communistic style of living where abundance is there. And so people just, they contribute because they want to. Like I have a good friend who was amazing, who still is, I'm sure, is an amazing scientist. I was always impressed on how good they were at physics, chemistry, not as much biology, but I think they were incredible when it came to physics and chemistry specifically. They're amazing at 3 and 4 unit maths. So like incredible mathematician and scientist, incredible latent talent. But like in a system where they have to work, they kind of will choose to, I guess, go sell themselves to the highest bidder, and they'll exchange their skills for a wage, and they work as somebody else's direction. But in a society that's like potentially communistic, where they have everything they need so they don't have to sell themselves for a wage, they might have spent their entire adult life just working on some new scientific breakthrough with their skill set. And that would give them value, and they want to do that because they were interested in that stuff anyway. And then that helps produce value for society. And so like, I think the production of value would be completely different in this type of society that we're talking about, a socialist one or a communist one, because people wouldn't be producing shit just for consumption. They might be just producing value because it's good for the human race. Unemployment is an issue. With today's petrol prices, we can't afford not to buy a pony. It actually costs us more to force people to work than it would be just to pay them their share. Interesting. Mr. E should plan a Q&A stream for what would I do if I was president. Can take the Trump approach and just state the truth. Yeah, I'll make my own social media platform as well. I'll call it Yeah, Truth Social, and I'll just speak truths. Passion creates quality. That's fucking great. That's a motto right there to live by. Yeah, I actually agree with that. Yeah, Star Trek, yes. Star thing, some star stuff. Star Trek is full on space communism. Gotta chase that dollar. Capitalism's a bitch. I think most people end up in that trap. And that's why I hate capitalism, Squeeb. Because I do think this person was honestly brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And so, like, if we lived in a society, Squeeb, where they were able to dedicate themselves, not even dedicate themselves, just do what they love doing. They just seemed so skilled in this area. It's just like emanated from them, their brothers as well. They lived in this world where like science was like religion, and they would like compete with each other, but it was friendly competition, and they spurred each other on to do better things, because like they were kind of like, yeah, they had that competitive edge, and they wanted to kind of use their latent and raw power. But like, yeah, the system that we produced, the system that we produce, the economy we produce, is that it encouraged people to use their skill. It encourages them to trade a skill on the market. And so like, if the market wants a certain skill and you can do that, I guess you just sell yourself for that. But like, it might not be the thing that you could truly produce value for society. And I think that is an absolute waste. Like, what a waste of our capabilities as humans to be just forced to work in an area that like, yeah, we can do it, but it's not like, is it the thing that, we could have contributed to the world? Capitalism does kill our passion and spark for life when we are working at the bottom. Depressed as fuck. And like, we get compensated. Like, we get compensated well. Some workers get compensated really well. Like, look at what's happening with fucking Meta at the moment. Outrageous. Meta poaching fucking AI researchers for $300 million contracts. Are you listening to that? Most capitalists in the capitalist class wouldn't make or touch $300 million in their entire life, but they're still like bourgeois, right? But like, these AI researchers who are just top of their game, they're wage workers, but like, they're going to get $300 million contracts from Meta because Meta just wants these people. They're valuable commodities in the market. So don't get me wrong, workers get compensated really well, but like, in a society where they trade themselves for money, they, are they producing the best value, or are they just producing value because they are asked to or directed to for somebody else's profit? Truth socialism, you mean? Yeah, that'll be it. Mid-tier is same. Oh, wait. Capitalism does kill our passion. Mid-tier is same. I'd say I'm mid, and I'd rather be here than there. Wow. This has actually been quite interesting, I must admit. China has been very welcoming of scientists. If you want to live out a life that is somewhat aligned, it's a bit more with communist socialist values, there you go. There you go. And see, like, I think they're much closer, the Chinese, to anything. Like, they're state capitalists, in my opinion. But, like, they've also got to challenge the brain drain that America puts on the world with all of their capital and access to resources. So, like, if they can compete somehow with the Americans, the Chinese, and they're just like, hey, scientists, come here, we'll take you. They need to in order to compete with the machine that's the American system, like the American academic system, the American economy generally, who just always pull the best talents from around the world. The Chinese have got to be really welcoming to scientists. And like, some of the visa stuff the Americans are doing at the moment, like canceling certain types of skilled worker visas, or making like the fees for businesses like $100,000 or $1 million to bring in high skilled workers at the moment. That's like America, talking about America shooting itself in the foot. And China will just be like, hey, we'll take all of those skilled workers. We'll take them. Thank you very much, America. Any other policy decisions you got in the works that are going to help us beat you in the arms race? The AI arms race, or just the general race that these two behemoths are fighting over at the moment? Even the middle feels like the bottom. AI bubble. Take your money and run. Perfect example of your recent talking point. AI scientists are likely chasing the dollars, may be interested, but for that cost, they won't care. Remember post-war how the US imported scientists from Europe? Didn't matter your prior allegiance. No. It was a different age when it was about best talent. And I think that's the real value. You can understand the real value in society is talent. And so if we could create a society that nurtures talent, that allows people to have everything they need so they can just focus on their talent, and then people will be like, look, let's be honest, like some people's talent might just be to like set up an esports team and just play fucking video games all day. But like some people will get value from that because they like watching the best video game players play in competitive arenas. But like some people's talents will be to like, yeah, fucking produce the Dyson sphere or whatever that thing is. Like some people's talent will be to produce the Dyson sphere? Is that what it was called? And like they'll do that. And then like we'll be a tier 2 civilization or something like that. And like everybody benefits from like a handful of people's efforts to create the Dyson sphere. Done. And if you want, you get a lady friend to introduce you to your new life. Is that like in relation to China? Like you just need to get someone so you can marry them and get over into that system? Is that what that means? If China can provide cheaper living costs, it could really bring in more people. It is hard if you don't speak Mandarin though, yes. I fall asleep to StarCraft 2 Pro play. LOL, that's funny. Yes. Yeah. And some people talent will be to be a CEO of Fortune 500. Yeah, well, not if it doesn't fucking exist. You smart ass. Oh my god. Yes. It takes all fucking sorts. Very good. Very good. Alright, it's 3:30. I've got to bounce. But like this has been a wonderful after session, might I say. Very interesting. And like it's all from the fucking ask or answer in the stream, in Discord, in the talk it up section. So if you've got good ask or answer questions, let us know. We're gonna try and do a little bit more of this when we go to afters, and we'll talk about like, you know, our views, I don't know, economics, philosophy, whatever the fuck. Hot takes and bold statements. I want to get through some of those. There's some fucking good ones in there. There's some funny ones in there too. So we'll have to go through some of those too in an after session. But yeah. And it's an inherited talent pool too. I think it's less about people's talents and more about their passions. You can have all the talent in the world. Talents, passions, yeah, well, fair enough. I'm kind of using those terms interchangeably there, I guess. But yes, you're right. I think this is the only Dyson sphere that capitalism will produce. Yeah, that's what I was thinking when we were talking about it before. When they brought it up, I was like, "Are they talking about a vacuum cleaner?" That's all I could think about. That's fucking hilarious. You read my fucking mind. That's hilarious. But yeah, look, I have got to bounce. Nah, Fortune 500 CEO is inherited. I joke, I kid. The innovation that made America what it is comes from the freedom to pursue what you're passionate about and make money from it without the government getting in the way. Let me take the first part of what you've said and just scratch the make money from it without the government getting in your way. And let's just rearrange that sentence. Let's do this one. Let's say the innovation that made America, or like the innovation that will make any society will come from the freedom to pursue whatever you're passionate about, and a government or some type of structure facilitating it. That. Let me rewrite your sentence for you, Dilemmas, if you will let me. But yeah, I got to bounce. We'll be back tomorrow. We're going to be going down the right-wing pipeline, a la Jerry Poppins. He's spent a lot of time putting together a playlist, so let's actually see what this is like, because this might be interesting to see how a large portion of working people around the world conceptualize how society really works. It's really important for us to understand, I think, how all working people see the way the world works. It's really important. But yes, thank you everyone for the interactions, especially in the afters. It's been quite an interesting conversation. But yeah, thank you. And yeah, we'll be back tomorrow with some right-wing pipeline. Until then, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery. See you tomorrow.